Chapter 1556. So, what if picking a quarrel with you all? Chapter 1556. So, what if picking a quarrel with you all? Ning Siyu stared at Yi Yuan, the confused look in her eyes becoming thicker and thicker. She discovered that the things Yi Yuan said, she actually understood less and less. What this guy talked about, was it really rank 3 alchemy knowledge? But opposite of Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng had an appearance of learning with an open mind, but his gaze became brighter and brighter, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The agreed-upon interaction became a one-sided clarification of doubts now. At the same time, he was also shocked to the extreme in his heart. Several decades had already passed since the two people had an exchange the last time. He discovered that now, he was already completely unable to exchange with Yi Yuan on an equal footing. What Yi Yuan talking about was another realm, giving him a feeling of beholding a great mountain. However, he had a feeling of becoming enlightened all of a sudden right now. Some problems encountered these few years, under Yi Yuan's answering, became transparent. You, kid, are really remarkable. In a short several decades, you actually made such great progress. We are already unable to talk as peers. Xiao Feng said speechlessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't expect that ever since stepping into another realm, there's a feeling of looking down from a high place. Many things that I didn't understand in the past, I can have it at my fingertips now. Regarding this, Xiao Feng had his breath taken away, and he said, I really don't know what kind of realm can let you improve until this point. Looks like this old man can't just look forward blindly. According to what you say, the things that this old man left out in the realms before are seriously too many. Seeing that Xiao Feng understood to some extent, Yi Yuan smiled and said, building a high-rise building, the foundation has to be deep. Otherwise, it will be a rootless weed and may collapse at any time. Regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts, the logic won't change. Xiao Feng deeply felt that way too, and said, what my younger brother said is true. This old man will mend the pen after the sheep have been stolen. When I go back, The two people were just talking when little Fatty pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Feng looked over, his eyes involuntarily turning sharp. An upheaval change seemed to have occurred to little Fatty's entire person. The decadence on his face was swept clean away, his essence, energy, and spirit having a whole new outlook. Especially his eyes. It became sharp and radiant, becoming like a different person from before. The only thing that did not change was that round figure. And little Fatty's realm also rose rapidly, his realm breaking through to half-step origin deity. Just one more step, and he could break through to origin deity realm. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Feng was unbelievably shocked. This heart-healing, heavenly mark pill that Yi Yuan took out was simply an uncanny work of the G. ODS. Yi Yuan, this medicinal pill of yours, is really too incredible. After I refine it, I simply have a feeling of being remolded anew. Little Fatty said with an excited look. This feeling of being filled with power was truly long lost. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's of course. This heart-healing, heavenly mark pill's ingredients are extremely valuable. Even so, I collected 10 sets of spirit medicines too and refined 10 divine-grade heart-healing, heavenly mark pills, picking out the one with the best quality and saving it for you. A divine-grade divine pill. The quality would have a minute difference too. Toward his own good brother, Yi Yuan naturally would not be stingy. When he was at the fiend race, he made use of his relations. I+P with the Fiend Medicine Hall and Fan family, and immediately collected 10 sets of heart-healing, heavenly mark pills spirit medicines. If not for the materials being too precious, he even wanted to refine 100 divine-grade divine pills, picking out the best one among them. Little Fatty had a touched look and said, good brother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, right, you comprehend the law of wind. Later, I'll find you refine a few wind language pills. It should be a cinch for you to break through to the origin deity realm." The wind language pill was the Gale Celestial Stone Pill's weak version. It could help Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists comprehend the law of wind. Xiao Feng and Ning Xiu were both speechless. With such a brother, breaking through was so effortless. Dao realm alchemists were really too frightening. As long as Yi Yuan was given sufficient spirit medicines, he could even create an origin deity realm army within a short 100 years. And Master Yi? Right then, a shout came from outside the door. Immediately after, it was a burst of footsteps. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, bringing everyone out to the lobby. In the lobby, Huang Qian's entire person was collapsed in a pool of blood, not an unscathed spot from head to toe. A large group of people ahead surrounded the entire hall until not even water could seep through. "Go, bring the person over for me." The one at the front was a half-step Divine Lord powerhouse who did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all. This person was called Guozing, A.N.G. Deity Hall's #1 protector, his strength formidable. As for Xiao Feng, he did not release his realm pressure. That person could not see through his depths at all. A subordinate received the order and went and was going to bring Huang Qian away. "Master, Yi, save me." Huang Qian used all of his strength and shouted to Yi Yuan. Bang! Yi Yuan raised a foot, and that subordinate immediately flew out, half dead. Guozing, A.N.G's gaze turned cold, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, don't think that you can be KY by treating a few patients. This person is our Deity Hall's important criminal. Now, we're going to capture him back. If you dare to poke your nose into what isn't your business, I'll tear down this little medicine shop of yours today." Guozing, A.N.G naturally knew about this Miracle Hand Parlors Foundation. It was said that there was even a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse who took action that day. Furthermore, it was even a member of the Ning family. It was just that member of the Ning family seemed to be very hostile towards the Miracle Hand Parlor. They naturally could not be their backer. Therefore, he did not place the tiny little Miracle Hand Parlor in his sights at all. Even if Xingguan came, he did not fear in the slightest too. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Bending down to check Huang Qian's injuries, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Huang Qian's injuries were very severe. Furthermore, he was even poisoned with a potent poison. If it were other alchemists, they would definitely be at the end of their ropes already. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, tapping a few times on Huang Qian's body, then fished out a healing medicinal pill and a detoxification pill, and stuffed them into Huang Qian's mouth. Huang Qian's expression eased up, and he directly fainted away. When Guozing, A.N.G saw that Yi Yuan completely ignored him, he could not help burning with fury. This punk was indeed as rampant as in the rumors. "Kid, I think that you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Do you really think that by hanging a signboard, you can pick a quarrel with my Deity Hall? Ha, just nice. Xingguan isn't around today. I'll take care of you, this condescending brat. First, Guozing." A.N.G laughed coldly and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. A measly initial stage origin deity. Wouldn't he mow him down with a snap of a finger? Bang! He was brought down in a snap of a finger. In midair, Guowingu, A.N.G sprayed fresh blood wildly, directly knocking into several subordinates before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He scrambled to his feet. His gaze that looked towards Xiao Feng was full of shock. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire hall. That was the aura of a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. At this instant, all of Guozing, and Ji's tyrannical aura completely became dim. Wasn't it said that the Ning family divine, Lord Realm, already returned to the inner city? Where did another divine, Lord Realm powerhouse pop out from? Just what background did this little medicine shop have? Xiao Feng's expression was slightly dark as he said, "A measly day hall. So what if picking a quarrel with you all? One make up for things." Chapter 1557 hit. Hit ruthlessly. Chapter 1557 hit. Hit ruthlessly. Why, your excellency. This lowly one had eyes but couldn't see and offended your excellency. This lowly one will get lost right away. Guozing. And Ji originally thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually a metal plate. Halt! Yi Yuan suddenly said in a cold voice. Guozing. And Ji's body turned stiff. Squeezing out a smile that was even uglier than crying, he said, What instructions does Master Yi have? Yi Yuan frowned and said, What's wrong with him? Huang Qian was his patient. Yi Yuan had just treated him, and he was immediately beaten by people until like this. He was also quite enraged in his heart. Although their standpoints were different, his impression of this uncle and nephew two people were still considered pretty good. Most importantly, Huang Qian was his proud achievement. That purple quill marrow extermination was indeed very troublesome. It was extremely hard to come by test for him too. If not for this, he also would not spend 4 hours to diagnose Huang Qian's pulse. Actually, Dai Hall's shameful deeds. He already guessed more than half when he saw Huang Qian. It was nothing more than Wu Feng feeling that he had a great loss of face and cast the fire on this uncle and nephew two people. Huang Qian's appearance probably meant that Huang Haoren was fraught with grim possibilities already. Yi Yuan was not some goody two-shoes. These two people did not have much relations. I+P with him. He did not need to stand up for them. But Dai Hall actually pursued it until they made him very upset. This Guozing. And Ji stammered, not knowing how he should answer. Yi Yuan said coldly, If you all caught him outside, I don't care and can't be bothered to care either. But you guys actually beat my patient until like this in the Miracle Hand Parlor. And then you want to walk away just like that. Guozing. And Ji's expression was ugly to the extreme, and he said, awkwardly, Master Yi, this lowly one knows my mistake. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. Guozing. And Ji cried bitterness in his heart, but a divine Lord Realm powerhouse was there, so he really did not dare to be insolent, and could only say, What does Master Yi want? Actually, Guozing. And Ji heaved a slight sigh of relief in his heart. At the very least, he preserved his life. Yi Yuan swept a glance at his subordinates and said coolly, You guys beat him up ruthlessly. Don't be too severe. Let him return lying down, and that will do. Uffed. Ning Siyu and Liang Wanru both could not resist laughing out loud. Yi Yuan was too bad. Opposite of them, everyone's faces turned stiff. The subordinates used strange gazes to look at Guozing. And Ji, Guozing. And Ji said in a solemn voice, I'll see which of you dare to make a move. If body makes a move, then I can only invite Brother Xiao to take action. Yi Yuan said coolly. Guozing. And Ji simply wanted to curse and swear, but he did not dare. Straight away, he could only have a bitter face and pointed at himself as he said, hit ruthlessly. The subordinates exchanged glances, and, body dared to make a move first. Looking as Yi Yuan's expression was becoming increasingly grimmer, Guozing. and G immediately flew off the handle. F asterisk King H, E, L, L, asked you all you hit. Did you hear it or not? You all want to die, is it? Hit. Guazing. A. And G put on a brave front and said viciously, looking at Guazing. A. And G's behavior. The two girls covered their mouths and smiled. Even Xiaofeng was smiling too. Yi Yuan, this boy, his lousy ideas were really a lot. When the subordinates saw that the boss was already like this, they could only grit their teeth and hit. Bang, bang, bang. A series of punches and kicks. Guazing. A. and G was beaten until he rolled on the ground, already beaten black and blue. Even though his subordinates' strengths were inferior to his, he did not dare to resist at all right now. He naturally could not avoid the agony of the flesh. However, Yi Yuan was still not satisfied and said with a cold snort, I said before I want him to go out lying down. You all don't forget who I am. How bad his injuries are can't hide from my eyes. Poor. Hearing this, Guazing, A. and G immediately spewed out a mouthful of old blood and shouted, Did you all not F asterisk King eat rice? Put in some effort for me. Hitting like this, do you all want to hit until tomorrow morning? While it hurt, how could the subordinates dare to deal a heavy blow? Whoever used too much divine essence and got hated by the half-step divine lord boss, they would not even know how they died. Hence, while they hit, it was impossible to cause real damage to Guazing, A. and G at all. But hitting like this, Guazing, A. and G was even more painful instead. The feeling of fists punching onto the flesh was not that comfortable. With him roaring, the subordinates also knew that they could not be spared today and could all only burst forth with divine essence, greeting onto Guazing, A. and G's body. Before long, Guazing, A. and G was at death's door and could not even speak. All right, get lost then, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The group of subordinates was akin to having been granted amnesty. Carrying Guazing, A. and G, they left like a puff of smoke. When the neighbors who did not know the truth saw this scene, they could not help being surprised. Isn't that Deity Hall's chief protector, Guazing, A. and G? I seem to have seen his subordinates beat him up just now. It really seems so. Does this guy have a tendency for self-masochism? His own subordinates. H. I T him and he actually still did not retaliate. Hang on. They came out of the Miracle Hand parlor. Could they have offended Master Yi? Master Yi is merely initial stage origin deity. So why is this bunch of people so scared of him? TSK, TSK. Master Yi is really unfathomable. Ning Siyu and Liang Wanru, two people, had long laughed themselves into fits already. Hee, Master Yi, you're really too bad. How do you want him to lift his head up in front of his subordinates in the future? Ning Siyu laughed hard and said. Yi Yuan smirked and said, What does that have to do with me? They came to provoke me first. If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, heh. Yi Yuan let the shopkeeper tidy up and brought everyone into the inner hall. Yi Yuan sent a trace of divine essence into Huang Qian's body. Very soon, he slowly woke up. Your second uncle is already poisoned to death by Wu Feng? Yi Yuan asked. The moment Huang Qian heard Wu Feng's name, his two eyes turned blood red. The muscles on his face started convulsing. Wu Feng, this brute. I must kill him, Huang Qian said, and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and reached his hand out to press on Huang Qian's head. A wave of gentle soul force invaded Huang Qian's sea of consciousness. Gradually, Huang Qian quietened down and became less maniacal, his entire person much more peaceful. Yi Yuan took his hand away and said, "Talk, say it out, it will feel better." When Wu Feng saw Guizing, Ng's miserable state, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Too miserable. This guy was already almost beaten until he did not have human form anymore. "Who did it?" Wu Feng said in a solemn voice. The group of subordinates looked at each other, not knowing what they should say. We were the ones who hit." A subordinate said softly, "Emen, what's going on? Made you all go out to capture a person. How did you all return like this?" Wu Feng said in a solemn voice. That subordinate recounted the incident that happened at the Miracle Hand Parlor. Wu Feng's brows furrowed together. This boy clearly just came from outside the city. But why would there be a Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse backing him up? Humph. So what if Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse? Could it be that I don't have a backer? This punk opposed me time and again. Does he really take me, Wu Feng, to be easy to need? This time, I must tear down your signboard and chase you out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Wu Feng said with a cold snort, "Chapter 1558, drag over here for me." Chapter 1558, drag over here for me. At the Pill Tower, the proud-looking Wu Feng appeared very respectful in front of this slightly fat old man. "How has Master been?" Wu Feng bowed down deeply. This old man was the Pill Tower's high-level deacon, a middle-stage 4-star alchemy G. Dear Cry. Dear Cry was considered a senior deacon in the Pill Tower. His disciples spread all over the inner and outer city. Wu Feng was one of his disciples. As a disciple of the Pill Tower, Wu Feng naturally had the authority to enter the inner city. Regarding this disciple, Dear Cry was still quite satisfied, although his talent was a little poor, having no hopes of breaking through to 4-star alchemy G. He was at least very filial to Dear Cry, and very sensible. Such a person building his own influence in the outer city seemed to be a pretty good choice. Amen, you had a good intention. What interesting thing that you bring again this time. Dear Cry said coolly. Wu Feng pulled out a jade flask and handed it to Dear Cry respectfully and said fawningly, "Master, this is an ice heart jade flask that this disciple obtained recently. It's incomparably delicious." Dear Cry took it and opened the flask lid. An enticing aroma instantly filled the room. Dear Cry's eyes lit up, and he praised, "Fine wine. Fine wine. You had the heart." Wu Feng's heart was dripping blood. One should not look at how this flask was not bit. It cost him several tens of millions of divine essence stones to buy it. A tiny flask of wine. The price was comparable to the consultation fee for treating Huang Qian's illness. Dear Cry was a 4-star alchemy G. So how could the things that could move him be ordinary items? Each time he entered the inner city, Wu Feng would rack his brains. Just as the Thunderclap gang showed him filial respect, the tribute that he offered up to Dear Cry each time similarly cost a lot. But with Dear Cry's support, the divine essence stones that he earned every year was also an astronomical figure. No loss. Even the Dongfang family did not dare to be disrespectful toward him. Dear Cry put away the jade flask, gave Wu Feng a glance, and said coolly, "Did you run into some problems recently?" Wu Feng smiled and said, "Master can see through everything. Recently, a junior appeared in the South City. He simply has no respect for anyone, incomparably arrogant. He actually dares to claim to grant all requests, turning the South City upside down." Dear Cry raised his eyelids slightly and said with a smile, "It's that little medicine shop called Miracle Hand Parlor, right? Will grant all requests. Ha! I also heard about it. Truly high-sounding sentiments." Wu Feng hurriedly said, "Master has no idea. This punk's tone is more than big. It's simply huge without borders. Does Master remember a patient that I brought back then, Even Master couldn't find the cause of the illness? Dear Cry thought about it for a moment and said in shock, "You're talking about that living dead person? Is it possible that that punk actually found it?" Wu Feng nodded and said, "Ha, this punk blindly stumbled upon it, and he actually really cured him." Dear Cry's shock was by no means insignificant, a cause that even he could not find out. A 3-star alchemy G. "Oh, D actually cured it?" His gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then it looks like this brat really has some ability." Wu Feng was delighted inwardly, aware that his master was already somewhat unhappy. Immediately, he said with a cold smile, "Ability my asterisk SS. He merely stumbled upon it blindly. What's even more infuriating is that that subordinate of mine actually sold you out, saying that his nephew had once been treated by Master Dear Cry before, and didn't even find any problem. You guess what that kid said?" Dear Cry's gaze turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "This seat doesn't like to play this kind of guessing game. Speak." Wu Feng hurriedly put on an incomparably indignant front and said, "Yes, master." That hateful brat actually said, "Is this Master Dear Cry very amazing? A 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D is also merely so? Don't you find it infuriating?" Wu Feng gave embellishment to it, angering Dear Cry until he turned livid with rage. Bang! The tea table beside Dear Cry directly shattered into dust. The flesh on his face was convulsing. It could be seen how furious he was. A mere 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D actually dared to utter such wild ravings. Could it be that you're going to let them carry on surviving? Dear Cry's gaze was sharp as he stared at Wu Feng and said coldly. Wu Feng put on an appearance of being bullied and said, "Master is unjust. How could I let this punk defile Master like so? At that time, I sent people to go smash the Miracle Hand Parlor, who knew that this Miracle Hand Parlor's foundation is deep and found a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse from no idea where. Disciple really isn't a match." Divine Lord Realm's gaze turned cold, and he said icily, "Just a Divine Lord Realm, and he dares to vilify a Pill Tower's senior. Humph! This seat wants to see how hard their bones are." Dear Cry slowly got up, summoned a middle-aged man, and said in a solemn voice, "Tang Rui, take a trip with Wu Feng. Tear down that whatever Miracle Hand Parlor for me. Drag that punk called Yi Yuan here for me. As for that Divine Lord Realm, send him to the Marshall Tower with interfering in the outer city's affairs as the reason." Tang Rui bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Deacon." Hearing Huang Qian's words, Yi Yuan sighed too, while Ning Siyu and Liang Wanru, 2 people, were extremely indignant. This Wu Feng is simply inhumane. Saved him before that. It's a big deal. He can be so unscrupulous and unbridled, angering this young lady to death. Ning Siyu was enraged until her chest heaved up and down, almost about to rush out to take revenge for Huang Qian. Big Brother Yi, this Wu Feng is indeed too infuriating. Their uncle and nephew, 2 people, were loyal and staunch. But in the end, they got this kind of ending. You have to stand up for them. Liang Wanru also said. Yi Yuan patted Huang Qian's shoulder and opened his mouth to say, "My condolences. Don't think so much first. Stay here first and heal your injuries before talking." Huang Qian was stunned, his eyes revealing a look of despair. If even Master Yi did not care, then he would really have no hope of taking revenge. Wu Feng's power in the South City was not something he could shake. "And many thanks, Master Yi." Huang Qian gritted his teeth and answered. After Huang Qian left, the 2 ladies' gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of unhappiness. "Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. Didn't expect that you're so cowardly and afraid of getting into trouble." Ning Siyu had an appearance that abhorred evil as if it were her enemy, as she said, Big Brother Yi, are you really the Big Brother Yi that I know? That Huang Qian is already so tragic. You actually don't even help him. Liang Wanru questioned Yi Yuan for the first time. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Didn't I already take him in? How else do you want me to help him? Shouldn't you go and capture that Wu Feng to bow his head and admit his guilt in front of Huang Qian?" Ning Siyu said indignantly. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not answer Ning Siyu, and went out the door. His attitude angered Ning Siyu until she stomped her feet and said, "Hey, what's with your attitude? Angering this young lady to death. This young lady wants to break off all relations with you." Yi Yuan was just about to go out the door when a benevolent-looking old man entered the Miracle Hand parlor. "May I ask if Master Yi is around?" said that old man. Yi Yuan glanced at him rather surprisedly. He actually could not fathom the other party's depths. Could it be another Divine Lord Realm powerhouse? "I'm Yi Yuan. I wonder why is Senior looking for this, Yi?" Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. When the old man saw that Yi Yuan was so young, he could not help getting a huge shock and said, "This old man is Xian Yu from the Pill Tower. I heard that Master Yi is an alchemy expert, so I purposely came to compare notes with you, exchanging views." Chapter 1559, Comparing Notes. Chapter 1559, Comparing Notes. Comparing notes? Not interested. Some random guy that he did not know wanted to compare notes with him. How could he have so much free time to entertain the guy? He already cured little Fatty now and already had no worries. He could choose to not give anyone face. At the very most, he would hide in the purple extreme hall and run away with a true D mystic treasure. Even this heavenly eagle imperial city's city lord could not breach its defenses too. Therefore, Yi Yuan had nothing to fear right now. The old man's face turned stiff, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan was so disrespectful. Even if he did not know him, in this imperial city, mentioning the Pill Tower's name, he had never been so disregarded before. But Xian Yu was good-tempered and did not get angry. He was just about to open his mouth and exchange greetings, but saw a group of people come out of the inner hall. Seeing Xian Yu, Xiao Feng's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Could Sir be Master Xian Yu?" Xian Yu did not recognize Xiao Feng, but was somewhat surprised too. This place actually still had a 4-star alchemy G. It's precisely this old man. Pardon this old man for not remembering if I've seen you before, but I wonder who your esteemed self is? Xian Yu said with a faint smile. Xiao Feng gave a bow respectfully and said, "Junior is the Myriad Treasure Tower's Xiao Feng. The last time the Pill Tower hosted a sermon, Junior was lucky enough to listen to Master's teachings." Xian Yu smiled and was indifferent to it. The alchemists who heard him preach on Tao before in this heavenly eagle imperial city were truly too many. He naturally could not remember all of them, so that's how it is. But why would the Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemist be here? Xian Yu asked curiously. Master Xiao and that guy are old acquaintances. They knew each other very long ago already. At this time, Ning Siyu suddenly spoke up. Regarding Xian Yu's arrival, she did not feel surprised. It was just that she did not expect that he would come so quickly. "Master?" Xiao Feng's gaze turned intent, looking at Ning Siyu in great surprise. He completely did not expect that this girl's background was actually so great. Xian Yu was an authority CLA, S figure in the Pill Tower. She was actually Xian Yu's disciple. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too, not expecting that this old man was actually Ning Siyu's master. But this way, it could be explained too. Most likely, the other party saw the Gale's celestial stone pill. That was why he would come to find him to compare notes. Master Xian Yu coming here. Could it be for Yi Yuan? Xiao Feng was not stupid either, guessing a trace of inkling very quickly. Xian Yu smiled and said, "Yes, I heard that Master Ye's alchemy Dao is peerless and specially came to ask for advice." Xiao Feng's pupils constricted, although he knew that Yi Yuan was very formidable, for even Master Xian Yu to also respectfully call Yi Yuan Master, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. One had to know that if Master Xian Yu stomped his feet, this heavenly eagle imperial city would quake. His attainments in alchemy were also far from what the average 4-star alchemy G.O.D. could compare to. Now, he was actually so humble in front of Yi Yuan, but Ning Siyu came to Xian Yu's side in a huff, pulled him away, and said, "Master, don't exchange notes with this guy anymore. He isn't worthy." Humph. Xian Yu was somewhat surprised by Ning Siyu's attitude. This girl lauded Yi Yuan to the skies. So why did it seem like they fell out in a blink of an eye? He was not pulled away by Ning Siyu, but asked doubtfully, what's wrong?" Ning Siyu stomped her feet and recounted the matter of Huang Qian uncle and nephew angrily and said, "Master, don't you think that this guy is infuriating? Not worthy of taking on any responsibility, still call master." Xian Yu looked at Ning Siyu, and then he looked at Yi Yuan again, and suddenly said with a smile, what do you know? That uncle and nephew, two people, are Wu Feng's subordinates. Wu Feng also had a life-saving grace toward them. Although killing them is rather despicable, others can't talk behind his back at all. You ask Master Yi to intervene. What I didn't. 1. Ty would he used to go and intervene? There's no justifiable reason. When Ning Siyu heard that Master actually stood on Yi Yuan's side, she could not help saying angrily, "Why are you like this too, Master? Need what justifiable reason? Directly capture him. Will other people still dare to make idle talk?" Xian Yu smiled and said, "You so impatient, craving for the world to be plunged into chaos. Master Yi is merely initial stage origin deity. Not only is the Deity Hall's own strength formidable, but they also have all kinds of connections with the Dongfang family and the Pill Tower. You asked him to go and intervene. Isn't this sending him into the tiger's maws?" Ning Siyu was anxiously and reproved. "Then could it be that we're not going to do anything?" Did he say that he's not caring? All right, you shouldn't worry. Don't be concerned about it too much. Otherwise, go back and face the wall for 3 years. Xian Yu said with a smile. The moment she heard this, Ning Siyu immediately shriveled up. Not worrying about it then. Humph. Ning Siyu made a funny face at Yi Yuan, but she also felt much more relieved in her heart. She knew that Master definitely saw through something. That was why he would say so. Yi Yuan was also very surprised. This old man saw it clear as day, and seemed to have already seen through him. Sure enough, this was not a simple old man. Turns out that Senior is Siyu's master. I've offended Senior earlier. Since Senior wants to compare notes on alchemy Dao, then enter the inner hall, and chat then, Yi Yuan said, and clasped his hands together. Xian Yu could not suppress laughter, and said, "I didn't expect that in this heavenly eagle imperial city, this old man actually had to rely on my disciple's face to achieve my goal one day." Ha! Wherever Xian Yu went, there were always many attendants crowding around. Who was not respectful to him? Who knew that today an origin deity, Realm Junior, actually did not even pay attention to him? Yi Yuan's attitude clearly changed because of Ning Siyu. This made him unable to resist, mocking himself. Entering the inner hall, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "I wonder how Senior wants to compare notes." Xian Yu had clearly long thought about it, and immediately said, "Make it pill refining then." Ning Siyu immediately spoke up. Master, you're a 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D, isn't this bullying people? Xianyu pulled a long face and said disgruntledly, Go to one side and watch. In a while, when Master Yi and I refine pills, you learn properly. It's sufficient for you to benefit for life. Competing in pill refinement with Master Yi, what we're competing in are naturally rank 3 divine pills. Ning Siyu muttered to herself and retreated to one side reluctantly, while Xiao Feng was extremely excited. These 2 people sparring in pill refinement was absolutely the greatest flurries. Plussing moment in the entire history of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But the audience were only him and Ning Siyu, 2 people. This was a civ lucky chance. Chasing away Ning Siyu, Xianyu turned to Yi Yuan again and said, This old man prepared 10 kinds of pill formulas and prepared 2 sets of spirit medicines for each pill formula. Let's each refine 10 of the same medicinal pill. How about it? Yi Yuan was naturally indifferent and said with a nod, Up to your preference. Xianyu nodded his head and said, Then I'll go first. The first kind of medicinal pill, Silver Moon Point Star pill. For the sake of fairness, Xian, you only used a rank 3 medicinal cauldron too. It was the medicinal cauldron that he used when he was still a 3-star alchemy G. O. D. The moment Xian, you made his move, there was naturally the air of a master. Condensing the embryo, dowsing, refining the pill, it was done in one go. Yi Yuan observed from the sidelines and could not help secretly nodding. As expected, worthy of being an important character that even Xiao Feng admired. This pill refining technique could absolutely count as a master. Silver Moon Point Star pill. The primary ingredient is silver moon weed, point star seed, 2 kinds of rank 3 spirit medicines. But the key lies in the fusion of supplementary materials. After Xianyu started refining the pill, Yi Yuan suddenly started reviewing it softly. Xiao Feng's and Ning Siyu's eyes turned sharp and hurriedly perked their ears up, staring at Xianyu with utmost concentration at the same time. Chapter 1560, Helping You Teach Disciples. Chapter 1560, Helping You Teach Disciples. The Silver Moon Point Star pill's refinement difficulty is considered as medium difficulty. It was slightly easier than the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. With Xianyu's strength, it did not require too much time. After 4 hours plus, the Silver Moon Point Star pill was done. Xiao Feng praised him. Master Xianyu is indeed worthy of being the Pill Tower's 2nd elder. This universe transfer hand is truly transcendent. This Silver Moon Point Star pill, the lousiest, is probably superior grade too, right? Xianyu chuckled and said, This old man has put on an incompetent performance. I wonder what Master Yi thinks about it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Barely pas, sable I guess. Some minute details are still not on point enough yet, but divine grade should be just about enough. Xiao Feng listened until the muscles on his face twitched heavily. To dare appraise Master Xianyu like this, there was probably just Yi Yuan, right? But Ning Siyu smiled playfully and said, Master, he criticized you until you were utterly worthless just now. According to what he said just now, you were more than a tiny bit off. It's simply that you don't know how to refine pills. Xianyu's eyes glimmered, and he said, Oh, what did Master Yi say just now? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched. He was just explaining for her and Xiao Feng to listen just now. Xianyu was, at any rate, an alchemy master and still had to have face. He did not expect that this girl was so tactless, saying it out to his face. Ning Siyu did not hide it either, repeating Yi Yuan's words once. The more Xianyu listened, the more solemn his expression got. Reaching his realm, his understanding of alchemy was naturally not what the average person could compare to. Even Xiao Feng was akin to a child in front of him. but some details that Yi Yuan said, they were all something that he had never paid attention to before. Some understanding regarding Tao. He was actually unable to fully comprehend it, but with his experience, he could naturally distinguish whether Yi Yuan said it correctly or not. He was certain that refining according to Yi Yuan's method, the quality would definitely attain greater heights. Even though reaching divine grade, this kind of level, the improvement in quality was negligible. The effect was heaven and earth. The Tao realm was actually so dreadfully appalling. This silver moon point star pill was his specialty medicinal pill. He did not expect that there were actually still so many areas missed out. Master Yi is indeed well deserving of being a Tao realm master, able to recognize the whole through observation of one small part. This old man has been taught by you. Xian Yu said. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with uncertainty, "The Tao realm?" Xian Yu was surprised as he said, "What could it be that you actually don't know your realm?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I broke through by chance. But regarding this realm, I'm completely clueless. Senior, please resolve my doubts." Xian Yu could not help being speechless. He did not even know about the Tao realm, and he could actually even break through. But thinking about it, that made sense too. Yi Yuan's level, unless he was an apex major powers disciple. Otherwise, how could he possibly know about the existence of Tao realm? Straight away, he did not conceal it either. Xian Yu explained Tao realm for Yi Yuan to hear. After Yi Yuan listened to it, he finally understood his current realm. It seemed like when he recultivated alchemy Tao and used the 10 directions heaven-seizing art, it was already very close to the Tao realm. Through his experience in the heavenspan world, he finally broke through while being at the fiend race's territory. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for resolving my doubts. It's my turn to refine the silver moon point star pill. Please don't laugh at my performance." But Xian Yu stopped Yi Yuan and said, "Master Yi, wait a moment." Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, "What is it?" Xian Yu said, "It's almost time. They should have arrived." Right then, the shopkeeper came in to report that 4 young men came outside. Bringing them in and taking a look, Ning Siyu nearly jumped up. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother. Why have you all come? When Yi Yuan saw this lineup, how could he still not understand? He could not help smiling bitterly and said, "Senior, you're borrowing comparing of notes to have me help you teach disciples." Eldest senior brother's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Teach disciples? A mere 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D actually dares to boast so shamelessly. Master, your status is N. Oh, Blee. How can you spar in pill refinement with a 3-star alchemy G? Oh, D." Third senior brother said, "Master, you made us come to watch a 3-star kid refine pills. Isn't this wasting time?" exclaimed fourth senior brother. Only second senior brother sized Yi Yuan up and down and did not say anything, but his eyes were also full of suspicion. It was true that Yi Yuan was too young. He was really unable to imagine that such a young man could refine the divine grade Gale, celestial stone pill. Xian Yu billowed his beard and said with a cold snort, "The few of you following this old man these years, you've already become somewhat condescending. Even Master has to show some respect towards Master Yi, but you guys actually dare to be disrespectful towards him?" The 4 apprentice brothers' faces could not help changing when they saw Master get angry. Each and every one of them turned silent, but their faces had a big "not convinced" written on it. Even a fool could see it. These apprentice brothers, 4 people, the eldest senior brother and second senior brother, were both 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. Third senior brother and fourth senior brother also both reached peak 3 stars and could break through at any time. How could they possibly be convinced by Yi Yuan? When Xianyu saw their expressions, he was still about to fly off the handle, but was stopped by Yi Yuan, who said with a smile, "Senior, the ignorant is not to be blamed. You made 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, come and watch a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, refined pills. Anyone would feel indignant in their hearts. Ha! At least you have self-awareness." Eldest senior brother said, with a cold smile. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "How about this? I won't force you guys either. I'll compete in 10-pill formulas with your master. If I have a medicinal pill's quality lower than your master's, I'll kowtow and apologize for my offense toward you all right? Wildly arrogant. Ignorant. Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth." Yi Yuan's words made the 4 people explode, all at once. Even Xian Yu himself also slightly revealed a look of surprise on his face. This kid was so confident. He knew that the Tao realm was formidable, but just how formidable, he had not seen it before. It was precisely because the Tao realm was hard to come by that he would call several apprentices to come and observe and study. These 10-pill formulas were all carefully selected by him, each harder than the last. Men all made mistakes. Horses would stumble. This kid was so confident in himself. I approve. I approve. Master Yi, teach my senior apprentice brothers a good lesson. Let them know what's called heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. Ning Siyu craved for the world to be plunged into chaos and clapped her hands gleefully. Eldest senior brother's face turned black, and he said unhappily, "Little junior sister, just whose side are you on to actually help an outsider?" Ning Siyu stuck her tongue out and said, "I'm naturally on Master's side. But it's really very hard for Master to want to win against Master Yi." Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Xianyu, "Senior, open the furnace." Xianyu's palm shook. The silver moon point star pill flew out. It was shockingly a divine grade. When eldest senior brother saw the divine grade silver moon point star pill, he immediately smiled coldly and said, "Saw that. This is true strength. Master already refined a divine grade silver moon point star pill. I want to see how you are going to Serpa S him. A mere 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, truly ignorant to the max. Kid, sprained your tongue talking big, right? Directly kneel down and kowtow then." Third senior brother also said, but Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Who told you guys that divine grade can't be Serpa S said?" Chapter 15, 61 above divine grade. Chapter 15, 61 above divine grade. Has Serpa S sing divine grade? You really dare to say it? I want to see how you Serpa S divine grade. Eldest senior brother said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then you open your eyes wide and take a good look at it." When Yi Yuan started refining pills, even Xianyu showed a hint of a solemn look too, staring at him without moving his gaze. Ever since learning that a Tao realm expert appeared in the city, Xianyu could not fall asleep at night, very much wanting to witness the bearing of an expert. Today, he finally got his wish. The moment the divine fire rose up, the aura of great Tao filled the entire medicine refining room. The faces of the 4 apprentice brothers changed, their faces revealing a look of surprise. This kind of might was what even their master could not achieve. The refining difficulty of the silver moon point star pill was at most considered elementary to Yi Yuan and did not take much effort. When refining, he had it at the tips of his fingers. After 2 hours, amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Yi Yuan finished refining. Xianyu furrowed his brows, appearing rather puzzled, while the 4 apprentice brothers were shocked to the core. Putting aside realm, Yi Yuan's standard of refining rank 3 divine pills were absolutely not below Master's. Just this point shook them off several streets behind. Although eldest senior brother and second senior brother were 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS2, refining rank 3 divine pills, still fell short of reaching this degree of having it at the fingertips. What amazed them the most was that Yi Yuan was just an initial stage origin deity. After finished refining the medicinal pill, his divine essence did not show the slightest sign of being deficient. Face not red, heart not pumping, just like he played around only for a while. How is it, eldest senior brother? Convinced or not? Ning Siyu's voice suddenly sounded out by his ear, making eldest senior brother jump in fright. Eldest senior brother snorted coldly and said, "Have some strength," but definitely did not Serpa S Master's divine grade. In my view, whether or not this Silver Moon Point Star pill can reach divine grade is enough to sputter. Ning Siyu smiled and said, "Relax, Master Yi refining Silver Moon Point Star pill. It's impossible to not be divine grade." When refining the Gale Celestial Stone pill, Ning Siyu had witnessed before Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenly Star Art. She knew that Yi Yuan did not go all out at all. She even knew that Yi Yuan's true strength was likely when refining the Heavenly Blood Marrow Changing pill. The refinement that time, even she did not see it. Ning Siyu was very much looking forward to it, not knowing whether Master could force out all of Yi Yuan's strength today or not. Since Yi Yuan did not bring out his true strength, he must be very confident in his refinement. However, eldest senior brother was very disdainful as he said, "TSK, do you think that divine grade medicinal pills are all cabbages? Even if he can refine divine grade divine pills, it's also not possible to Serpa S Master. Is that so?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his palm shaking. The medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron. Everyone's gaze landed on that little medicinal pill, their gazes involuntarily turning intent. This Silver Moon Point Star pill was shockingly divine grade too. Hee. Like I said, it's impossible for Master Yi to not be divine grade. Ning Siyu smiled and said, eldest senior brother pursed his mouth and said, "Although this medicinal pill is divine grade too, it's at most on par with Master's. It's still him who lost." Xian Yu rolled his eyes at him and said huffily, "Little punk, don't shoot your mouth off. This round, it's Master who lost. Master Ye's Silver Moon Point Star pill is already infinitely close to ethereal divine grade." Eldest senior brother's gaze turned intent, and he said in disbelief, "Master, you aren't joking, right? There's really someone capable of refining divine grade medicinal pills to ethereal divine grade." Xian Yu snorted coldly and said, "Otherwise, why do you think Master called the few of you over?" Divine grade was not the end. Amidst divine grade, it was even divided into 5 major realms: Purple Spirit, divine grade; Void Spirit, divine grade; Vast Spirit, divine grade; End Spirit, divine grade, as well as the legendary Spirit Link, divine grade. This was the same as refining metals. Alchemists were never able to excavate 100% of the spirit medicine's medicinal effects. The higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the higher the purity. These 5 stages, each increase in level, the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills would increase several times. Divine grade medicinal pills were actually because the purity reached a certain tipping point. This limit stumped countless alchemists, but above this limit, there was still room for improvement. It was just that to be able to have improvements above divine grade again, it was basically exceedingly rare. With eldest senior brother's level, refining not too difficult 3-star divine pills. If he got lucky, it could refine divine grade too, but that was just the most ordinary purple spirit divine grade. As for void spirit divine grade, eldest senior brother basically never thought about it before. Even if he refined rank 2 divine pills, rank 1 divine pills, he could not refine Void Spirit divine-grade medicinal pills too. However, Yi Yuan refining a 3-star divine pill actually infinitely approached Void Spirit divine pill. This was too inconceivable. Xian Yu put the 2 medicinal pills together and said to the 4 apprentice brothers, "You all see it by yourselves. What's the difference between these 2 medicinal pills?" Eldest senior brother's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, It's really much clearer than your medicinal pill. It's a shame, just a little bit more, and you can refine a Void Spirit divine-grade divine pill." Eldest senior brother had his interest aroused and was itching to have a go too, forgetting the bet for a moment, and could not help lamenting. Void Spirit divine grade. That was a legendary grade. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Master Xianyu, let's go on to the next round then." Xianyu nodded and said, "Let's start. This time I'll go first still." The 4 apprentice brothers came back to their senses. Eldest senior brother pursed his mouth and said, "The medicinal pills at the back will definitely get harder and harder. I don't believe that he can overpower Master in every kind of medicinal pill. This kowtow, he's prostrating for sure." But along with the Pa-S sing of time, they became more and more shocked. Yi Yuan's performance was frighteningly stable. In the wake of the refining difficulty of the medicinal pills becoming harder and harder, when Xianyu reached the 3rd round, he was already unable to refine divine-grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan's were still divine-grade. This doesn't conform to common sense. The greater the difficulty of the medicinal pill, the harder to refine high-grade medicinal pills. But why can he keep on refining? Eldest senior brother said in shock, "Yeah, how in the world did this guy do it? Is he still human?" Second senior brother Ding Sun also exclaimed, "It can only be said that his strength towers far above these medicinal pills, so that he can perform so stably, except what kind of realm did he reach?" Third senior brother said with an emotional sigh, "Yi Yuan's pill, refinement, subverted their understanding of alchemy. It was simply powerful until it made people despair. They never dared to imagine that refining divine-grade divine pills were as simple as eating and drink. Very soon, the 5th round ended. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill came out of the furnace. Still divine grade. Xianyu's gaze finally became solemn. He finally knew that Yi Yuan did not go all out in the 1st round at all. If he used all his power, refining Void Spirit divine grade was absolutely no problem. The strength of Tao realm was too terrifying. Boom. Everyone was currently immersed in shock when a loud noise suddenly came from outside. "Yi Yuan, get out here and die for this old man. Also, that Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, you actually dare to intervene in the affairs of the outer city. Now, the Marshal Tower has already sent people over to capture you. Hurry up and come out to be executed." Outside, Wu Feng's yell sounded out. A bunch of infatuated people were currently battling in alchemy until they were enthralled, but was interrupted by this cry. How annoying. Chapter 1562 scold you to your face all the same. Chapter 1562 scold you to your face all the same. Miracle Hand Parlor's front door was directly blasted into smithereens. Inside the hall was a mess. All kinds of spirit medicines were scattered everywhere. The shopkeeper hid at one side and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure emitting off of Tang Rui's body made him shudder. "Call Yi Yuan out. Today, this Miracle Hand Parlor is going to disappear from the South City," Tang Rui said coolly. Right at this time, a group of people suddenly poured in. The one in the lead was the Thunderclap Gang's chief head, Xing Guan. When Xing Guan saw Tang Rui, his complexion could not help turning pale, but he still forcefully calmed down and said with clasped hands, "This lord, I wonder what my Miracle Hand Parlor has done wrong to actually startle the Marshal Tower." Tang Rue glanced at him and said disdainfully, "A mere ant, what qualifications do you have to question this divine lord?" Scram! A scram! Word rushed straight, overcarrying a surge of world power. The Thunderclap gang's few brothers could not even block it, and were directly sent flying, fresh blood spouting out wildly. Xingguan had already stepped foot into half-step divine lord, but in front of Tang Rue, he still could not stand up to a single blow. Tang Rue was not Xiao Ryu, that kind of newbie. He was a second-layered, heaven divine lord powerhouse. With a wave of a hand, he could kill Xingguan and company, if not for the Martial Tower's rules restraining Xingguan, and the rest would already be corpses now. Xingguan crawled to his feet, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Your Excellency, the Martial Tower has the Martial Tower's rules too. You want to destroy my Miracle Hand Parlor's business indiscriminately. Where's the logic?" At this time, Wu Feng smiled coldly and said, "You want a reason, is it? Yi Yuan colluded with Divine Lord powerhouses and disturbed the South City's order. I wonder if this crime is sufficient or not." Xingguan's expression changed and berated furiously, "Wu Feng, you're set out to condemn someone and have no difficulty finding a pretext. The Miracle Hand Parlor's Divine Lord Realm powerhouse only came to exchange on Alchemy Dao with Master Yi Yuan. When has he disturbed the South City's order before?" Tang Rue's eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "This divine Lord doing things still need you to tell me right or not. Keep talking rubbish, and this divine Lord won't be courteous anymore." Under the powerful oppression, the muscles on Xingguan's whole body was quivering. However, he still stubbornly did not retreat. Xingguan reeked of an uncultured air and valued loyalty the most. Yi Yuan treated OL second. He was overflowing with grat. 1-2 toward Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Xiao Ryu breaking through last time. If not for Yi Yuan, the Thunderclap gang would have long been wiped out. Hence, when he learned that Wu Feng brought people over, he brought his brothers and rushed over straight away. Except, he did not expect that Wu Feng actually invited over a Martial Tower's powerhouse. "Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Tang Rue gave a cold snort, pointing a finger at Xingguan. The scent of death hit from head on. Under this finger, Xingguan did not have any leeway to resist at all and could only shut his eyes and await death. Boom! Right then, an aura that was not weaker than Tang Rue's rudely inserted between the two people. Tang Rue retreated several steps in a row, his aura in turmoil. He did not use his full power just now and suffered a hidden loss all at once. He was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly saw the white-clothed youth behind Xingguan, and his expression could not help changing. "Lu Yi, why are you here?" Tang Rue said in surprise. Lu Yi was the Pill Tower's rising star. It was very likely that he would inherit Master Xian Yu's mantle in the future. In contrast, Tang Rue's position in the Martial Tower was much worse. He could only climb up the ranks to be Master Deercry's follower. Tang Rue, how awe-inspiring you all, running to the South City to flaunt your prowess. If you have the capability, go put on airs in the Martial Tower. Lu Yi said sarcastically. Tang Rue did not expect that Lu Yi was so demeaning, mocking him the moment he came up. At once, he snorted coldly too and said, "I'm under Master Deercry's orders to capture the Divine Lord Realm martial artist who disturbed the South City's situation. Lu Yi, could it be that you want to oppose me?" In a few rounds, Lu Yi and the few apprentice brothers already prostrated on all fours in front of Yi Yuan. They really gleaned considerable benefits today, and were just chatting away gaily in the inner hall, but it was swept clean by Tang Rue's arrival. How could he not be angry? Seeing Tang Rue pull out Deercry to suppress him, he smiled coldly and said, Dear Cry? Dear Cry is a fart. Someone who takes advantage of his seniority. Master Xiaofeng that you're talking about is my best friend and is currently debating on Dao with me. If you want to capture him, are you going to take me away together too? Tang Rui could not maintain his composure and said angrily, You're breaking the Imperial City's rules here. I'll definitely report to the Marshal Tower and Pill Tower when I go back. Lu Yi said disdainfully, Have it your way, but you have to be prepared to suffer my wrath. Tang Rui's expression changed and was somewhat in a dilemma for a moment. The strength of Xian Yu's lineage was too fearsome in the Pill Tower. Not only was Xian Yu's own strength fearsome, but also the disciples that he groomed. Each and every one, all of them were the Pill Tower's young generation leaders. Only the head elder's lineage could contend with Xian Yu's lineage. Although Dear Cry was the head elder's faction, in front of Xian Yu, he was not enough to look at all. As for him, Tang Rui, there was no need to even say any more. In the inner city, he was merely a minor character. If the heavyweights got into a fight, he might become a sacrifice. Wu Feng did not even dare to let out a sound by the side. This level of exchange was already not what he could inject. He totally thought that with his master coming forward, he could definitely annihilate the Miracle Hand Parlor today. Who knew that another great deity popped out here again? His ident. One, Tai and status were even extraordinary. Even Tang Rui did not dare to be overly insolent. At this moment, Wu Feng's heart had collapsed. Just what kind of magic did Yi Yuan this punk have? Why would this place continuously have great deities coming and going? But just as he lost all hope, a slightly fat old man slowly entered the Miracle Hand Parlor. Wu Feng's eyes shone brightly. He was incomparably agitated. Lu Yi, your guts aren't small to actually dare scold this old man behind my back. This old man who suddenly appeared was none other than precisely Dear Cry himself. Tang Rui had just left when Dear Cry got the news that Lu Yi apprentice brothers, 4 people went out of the inner city, and the destination was precisely the Miracle Hand Parlor. This news involuntarily made Dear Cry become solemn. With the few of them around, Tang Rui definitely could not gain any advantage. Hence, he decided to come here personally. As for Xian Yu, his whereabouts were naturally not what Dear Cry could grasp. He did not know that Xian Yu had long been a step ahead of Lu Yi they all, and entered this tiny Miracle Hand Parlor already. When Lu Yi saw Dear Cry, he was slightly stunned too, but very soon he snorted coldly and said, Who said that I'm scolding you behind your back? I'll scold you to your face all the same. A guy who takes advantage of your seniority. Xian Yu himself was very indifferent toward authority, but his alchemy strength, even the head elder was very apprehensive toward it. Hence, in the Pill Tower, the head elder always suppressed and ostracized Xian Yu's lineage. Furthermore, Dear Cry was also a veteran of bureaucratic play and trickery. Lu Yi naturally disliked him. Lu Yi, as Xian Yu's head disciple, did not have any favorable impression of Dear Cry at all. Even though Dear Cry was a high-level deacon, Lu Yi's status in the Pill Tower did not lose out against Dear Cry by a large margin. Dear Cry did not expect that Lu Yi was so condescending. His expression became incomparably gloomy, and he said with a cold snort, Your lineage is indeed a bunch of calves without upbringing. Scandalous. This old man will teach you all how to respect the seniors properly today on behalf of Second Elder. Chapter 1563, Spar. Chapter 1563. Spar. The moment Dear Cry's aura was released, everyone's faces changed. He was a 6th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, wanting to teach a lesson to a few 1st and 2nd-layered Heaven Divine Lord juniors. Wasn't that easily accomplished? Except he did not see fear on Lu Yi's face. Instead, he saw thick ridicule and disdain. Deacon Deercry is very domineering, to actually want to help this old man teach disciples. Except to do so to this old man's disciples, it is probably isn't your turn to come and teach them, right? A group of people came out of the inner hall in a file. The one in the lead was precisely Yi Yuan, while Xian Yu walked at Yi Yuan's side. Regarding Xian Yu showing up here, Deercry was incomparably shocked. Why would the high and lofty Xian Yu come to an inconspicuous little medicine shop in the outer city? But what made him even more shocked was that this group of people was actually headed by a young man. Deercry was a veteran too. This detail landed on Deercry's eyes, naturally transmitted a lot of information. Seeing this scene, Deercry's pupils shrunk slightly, incredibly shocked in his heart. He could not help sizing Yi Yuan up. What ability did this boy have to actually be able to make Xian Yu willingly walk behind as a contrast? This small until it could not be smaller little medicine shop seemed to be remarkable. After the shock, Deercry recovered his cool very quickly and said in a light-hearted manner, "Turns out that second elder is here too. But these few disciples of yours have no regard for their elders. Really losing face for our pill tower." Xian Yu's temperament was good and always held himself aloof from the world. But Deercry's words still made him rather uncomfortable. No regard for their elders? Lu Yi is very respectful towards this seat. Where's the talk of showing no regard for his elders? Deacon Deercry is managing things a little too broadly, right? Xian Yu said coolly. Deacon faked a smile and said, "This old man is, at any rate, the Pill Tower's high-level deacon, and is also considered the same generation as second elder. Could it be that your disciples can't respect me as a teacher, saying that I'm taking advantage of my seniority in front of everyone's face like this? If this isn't showing no regard for their elders, what is it?" Xian Yu could not help choking, uncertain how he should refute. In terms of eloquence, he was really not Deercry's match. Their lineage was at a disadvantage in this aspect. Seeing that one sentence stumped the other party, Deercry was even more pleased with himself and said with a cold smile, "Second elder, showing no regard for one's elders. According to the Pill Tower's rules, they have to be punished by 100 floggings of a broad paddle. I wonder how you view it." Xian Yu's gaze turned intent, finally having a trace of anger. This Deercry was overbearing, really a paradigm of taking advantage of his seniority. Yet his words squeezed Xian Yu until it was enough to choke. Xian Yu also knew that these few disciples of his were very dissatisfied with Deercry. But this kind of temper tended to be easy to suffer losses. 100 paddles were not considered a severe punishment, but if it really hit, that was Ting Xian Yu's face. Lu Yi also had panic on his own face. Earlier, he showed complete disregard for Deercry by relying on the fact that his master was here. But at times, strength could not determine everything. The Imperial City had its own rules of the game. He seemed to have incurred trouble for his own master. Actually, it was not once or twice that his apprentice brothers had suffered such a loss too, but they truly could not stand it. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Old thing, you got to have the strength to be people's elders. Do you have it?" Deercry was currently being pleased with himself. When he heard this, his face could not help turning dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Where did this punk kid come from to dare speak to this seat like this? If this seat doesn't have the strength, could it be that you have it?" Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "If I didn't guess wrongly, Huang Qin should have been diagnosed by you, right? You couldn't even identify his ailment, but I cured him. Could it be that I'm not as strong as you?" Once these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Oh yeah, Huang Haoren personally said at that time that he had once found a 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D to take a look before. This 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D was probably Wu Feng's master, right? A 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D actually couldn't even identify the illness. Truly disgraceful. TSK. Master Yes will grant all requests signboard isn't hung in vain. At least in this aspect, he's much stronger than 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. Outsiders had yet to react, but Yi Yuan discerned the other party's flaws at a glance. The words, when uttered, immediately reversed the situation. Deercry shot a fierce glare at Wu Feng. Wu Feng's neck shrunk, knowing that his master was angry. This matter, everyone did not associate them together. Now, Yi Yuan saying it out was simply blatant face-smacking. When Lu Yi saw this scene, he could not help looking toward Yi Yuan gratefully. Yi Yuan's one sentence resolved their master and disciple's awkwardness. However, Deercry clearly would not submit obediently. He said with a cold snort, "Brat, everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Any alchemist also dare not guarantee that they can cure any illness. Moreover, you are you, Lu Yi is Lu Yi. You're not a member of the Pill Tower and isn't bound by this rule. But he is." Deercry's thoughts were very meticulous. He was not so easy to deal with. Otherwise, Xianyu would not be at the extent of suffering losses at his hands repeatedly. Yi Yuan stealthily subsed. 1. Toot the concept and dragged him out, but he came to realize the truth very quickly and plucked Yi Yuan out. This way, Yi Yuan became an outsider. What more could he say? Deercry also realized that there might be something strange about this Yi Yuan. That was why Xianyu's lineage would gather here. Hence, he avoided the sharp edge and bit onto Lu Yi and not let go. Lu Yi's standard, Deercry was all too clear. His potential was not bad, but his pill-refining strength at the present, it still did not reach him, this middle-rank 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said disdainfully, "Is that so? Since you think that you're his senior, then you should probably be stronger than Lu Yi." Deacon said coolly, "That's of course. If this seat is not even as good as a junior, how can I be a high-level deacon? Kid, you aren't thinking of making him spar with me, right?" Hiss, the surroundings drew a cold breath. They were all stunned by Deercry's ident. One Tai, the Pill Tower's high-level deacon. This was simply AG. Oh, D-like existence. To these outer-city martial artists, it was simply lofty and out of reach. They also did not expect that Wu Feng's master status was actually so ill. "You, Estrias." Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "So what if yes? Not letting you witness the strength of young people, you'll never know how ignorant you are." When Lu Yi heard this, he could not help somewhat losing confidence and could not refrain from saying to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, Yi Yuan stared at him, his eyes like torches as he questioned, "What, you don't even have the courage to have a fight with him?" Lu Yi's age was far older than Yi Yuan, but in front of Yi Yuan, he was just like a junior. His gaze turned sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, "Of course I do." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Then isn't it settled? If you can't even deal with this old fogey, how will you inherit Master Xian Yu's mantle in the future? Today, let this old fellow take a look at your strength." The moment Deercry heard, he could not help laughing wildly and said, "What a joke! Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Courage has to be established on the basis of strength. Courage without strength, that's called a moth flying into the fire. Understand?" Chapter 1564, The True Strength of Tao Realm. Chapter 1564, The True Strength of Tao Realm. Xianyu did not make any sound by the side. He wanted to see what means Yi Yuan had. Although he did not like fighting, Deercry was merely a jumping clown in his eyes. Yi Yuan's suggestion made him look forward to it very much. Lu Yi's strength, he was all too clear. It was still a long way off from Dear Cry's. Although Dear Cry's personality was a little scoundrelly, he also had real skill. Otherwise, it would also be impossible to become the Pill Tower's high-level deacon. Yi Yuan glimpsed at Dear Cry and said impatiently, "So much rubbish. Are you here to squabble? You just say whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, don't put on the airs of a senior. Who the H-E-L are you?" Dear Cry's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Compete then. Will this old man still be scared of you all, these juniors? But what if this old man wins?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you come to stand up for your disciple? If Lu Yi loses, I'll close down the Miracle Hand Parlor and scram out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Dear Cry secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being razor-tongued, each sentence making people as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. His face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "That's what you said. If this old man wins, I still want Lu Yi to kowtow to me and admit his mistake in public." Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said coolly, "You choose the medicinal pill. I need 2 hours' time. Of course, the medicinal pill that you choose must be within the scope of Lu Yi's ability." Buzz. Yi Yuan's words made the surroundings explode, all at once. Even Xian, you also revealed an incomparably surprised expression. Letting the other party choose the medicinal pill, this was handing the initiative to the other party's hands. This kind of compet. 1. Tie-in. Whoever picked the medicinal pill would undoubtedly have the advantage, because the medicinal pill that each person was good at was different. Dear Cry's strength was above Lu Yi's in the first place. Now, even letting the other party pick the medicinal pill, wasn't this courting death? Is Master Yi crazy? Isn't this putting the neck against other people's blade? I admit that Master Yi is very formidable, but this already isn't rampant. This is seeking death. I really don't know how Master Yi thinks to actually hand the initiative to the other party to exchange for 2 hours' time. What are 2 hours enough for? Dear Cry was first stunned, then immediately laughed his head off and said, "Ha, brat, you're really someone ignorant who's fearless. Do you really take yourself to be someone notable, letting this old man choose the medicinal pill? This old man will toy you to death." He turned to look at Lu Yi and said smugly, "Lu brat, I heard that you're studying the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill recently. Why don't we compete in this?" The moment these words came out, Lu Yi's face became ugly to the extreme. Wisconsin H. Plussing to pounce up and bite Dear Cry to death with one bite. At the same time, he also somewhat blamed Yi Yuan in his heart too. This kid really blindly made a decision. Now, things were great. There was not even a trace of hope anymore. "No way. Dear Cry, you're bullying people here." Ding Sun said furiously. Third senior brother also said anxiously, "You clearly know that eldest senior brother can't refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill and still deliberately picked this medicinal pill to compete with him. Simply shameless." The more anxious these few apprentice brothers got, the more pleased with himself he became. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha! It's this brat who let this old man pick the medicinal pill. Why, now that this old man picked it, you guys aren't willing again. Could the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill not meet the requirements?" 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was a consumable type medicinal pill. It could help martial artists increase their ability to comprehend great Tao for a short time and was extremely popular. But the refinement difficulty of this medicinal pill was notoriously great. Although it was an initial rank 4-star divine pill, many middle rank 4-star alchemy DS could not refine it. Lu Yi's talent was pretty good, but the time he spent immersed in 4-star divine pills was not long after all. 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, Lu Yi had already researched for a long time, but he did not make much progress all along. Up till now, he could not refine it either. The difficulty of the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was also considerable for Deercry. But the problem was he could still refine this medicinal pill. On this point, he completely trashed Lu Yi, but Yi Yuan brushed it over and said, "No matter just it then. The spirit medicines, you guys prepare yourselves. I don't have it here. You guys follow me inside." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and entered the inner hall. Xian Yu's group of people exchanged glances, but they still followed Yi Yuan in. "Master Yi, I can't refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. How to compete still." The moment he entered the door, Lu Yi said anxiously, "Yeah, Master Yi, you're also too reckless. Even if we really want to compete, how can you take the initiative to give up choosing the medicinal pill?" Ding Sun also said, "All right, haven't competed and already lost." Fourth senior brother said, unhappily. Only Ning Siyu's beautiful eyes swiveled around, seemingly thinking of something, and could not help faintly somewhat look forward to it. All right, what are each and every one of you doing?" Since Master Yi dared to say so, he must have nothing to fear with something to back him up. "You guys stop worrying about it. See what he says." Ning Siyu said. Yi Yuan smiled at Xian Yu and said, "Didn't you want me to help you teach disciples? You guys will get off cheap together." "That old punk, I'm very set off looking at him too. Xian Yu's eyes lit up, and he said, 2 hours' time. Could it be that Master Yi is going to refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Even if I reach Tao realm, it's also impossible to refine a 4-star divine pill right now." Everyone was disappointed. Xian Yu said, "Then," Yi Yuan said, "the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill I'm unable to refine. But the 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill is nothing difficult." Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. I can refine too. Even if it doesn't reach Master Ye's level, it wouldn't be too poor either. But rank 4 divine pills are 2 completely different things from rank 3 divine pills. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? Do you understand alchemy Tao like this? Great Tao connects to the heavens, interlinked and connected. Rank 4 divine pills are much more profound than rank 3 divine pills. This is true, but the same type of medicinal pill is said down the same lineage. The Tao contained within them have highly similar aspects. If you think that rank 4 divine pills are higher level than rank 3 divine pills and isolate them separately, then you've made a grave error." Lu Yi was stunned when he heard, but he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. But the internal connection between medicinal pills was not so easy to link together. Actually, when studying this 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, Xian Yu said this to him before as well. But he could not do it. Everyone had a pondering look. Yi Yuan came before the medicinal cauldron, retrieving a 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill from inside his storage ring. He opened his mouth and said, "There's only one chance. Look closely." Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body suddenly changed, becoming sacred all at once. Inside the entire medicine refining room teemed with the aura of Tao. But this time, it was goodness knows how many times stronger than when they were refining pills previously. Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to have transformed into a region of chaos, giving people an unreal feeling. At this moment, Yi Yuan seemingly incarnated to become the master of creation, becoming incomparably surreal. Xian Yu's gaze turned intent, and he cried out in shock, This. Turns out that this is the true strength of the Tao realm." Chapter 1565, Never forget till death. Chapter 1565. Never forget till death. Hey, 2 hours are up. Still not coming out. It will be considered as you all admitting defeat. Although Dear Cry believed that victory was at hand, he would not give Yi Yuan more time. He started clamoring outside before 2 hours were up. He was a 6th-level Divine Lord powerhouse. Mustering up divine essence to shout, it could naturally transmit into the inner hall. Creak. The door of the inner hall slowly opened. A group of people appeared in everyone's line of sight once more. Dear Cry's gaze landed on Lu Yi and could not help being startled in his heart. No idea why. He felt that some kind of change took place on Lu Yi. Seeing ghosts. Merely 2 hours' time. From start to finish. Could it be that that kid can really defy the heavens? No, wait, this must be an illusion. Dear Cry secretly said in his heart. Actually, not just him. Everyone had this peculiar feeling. However, they denied their thoughts very quickly, because 2 hours' time was totally impossible to change the outcome of this combat. 1. Tie-in. Alchemy Tao required the immersion of time. The disparity between Dear Cry and Lu Yi simply could not be made up for with just 2 hours. If 2 hours could change the results, then wouldn't the other alchemists' year after year of bitter cultivation become a joke? It's still not too late to admit defeat now. If you concede right now, count out whatever can be brushed off. You all just have to stop meddling in other people's affairs and hand over that brat will do. Dear Cry said with a fake smile, but his gaze darted at Yi Yuan. Lu Yi pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "If I can't win you, this old fellow today, wouldn't you act like a tyrant in front of me every single day in the future? I'm going to let everyone know today that you, this old thing, have no right to posture in front of me. You going in for 2 hours. Your mouth became hard when you came out, but talking big got to have the capital too. With just the likes of you, you're still far from it." Dear Cry laughed loudly and said, Lu Yi snorted coldly and said, "Enough bulls. I plus T will only know after competing." Dear Cry smiled and said, "Since you're impervious to reason, then I'll let you witness what's the strength of a senior." The two people did not pick a place either, squaring off inside the hall of this miracle hand parlor. Hearing that a 4-star alchemy D was competing in alchemy at the miracle hand parlor, this news swept throughout the entire South City like the wind. Quite a number of alchemists all acted without delay upon hearing it, coming forward to witness the bearing of a 4-star alchemy D. This level of pill refinement was extremely hard to come by for him. Normally, they would not have the chance to see it at all. Now, the Miracle Hand Parlor's front door was directly blasted away. Everyone on the streets could also take in everything at a glance. The spirit medicines were already in place. The two people started refining pills. The moment it began, Dear Cry's veteran and prudent side were displayed in its entirety, facing the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. This level of spirit medicine, he controlled each step very carefully, virtually without oversights. The bearing of a master was displayed in its entirety. In contrast, Lu Yi's control in all aspects were clearly not as experienced as Dear Cry. When Wu Feng saw this scene, his heart settled back in place. Master is indeed worthy of being master. How can he possibly be what a brat can compare to? Yi Yuan, this kid, let his imaginations run wild. He thinks that he's the medicine ancestor, casually giving a pointer or two, and he can make people advance by leaps and bounds. Wu Feng said disdainfully. Although Tang Rui did not know alchemy, the two people's level could still be discerned. When this compat. 1. Tie-in is over, the face of Second Elder's lineage will be lost all the until to the outer city. He'll probably have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave for a very long period of time, Tang Rui said with a smile. When Ning Siyu saw the two people's pill refinement, her face revealed a worried look, and she said to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi, eldest senior brother, he doesn't seem to be as good as that old fellow." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, it just started. The things that he just learned, he still hasn't mastered it thoroughly yet, so he'll appear a little awkward. But he's already done very well. At least up until now, he meets a certain standard and didn't show major flaws." Talking up to here, he could not help looking at Xianyu and said, "Brother Xian really has good eyesight. Have to admit, your disciples are all promising talents." But Xianyu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, "They are all good materials, but sadly, this old man has neglected them these few years. If you were the one to teach them, probably before long, they can all surpass this old man already." Xianyu was not tearing Yi Yuan up. After witnessing Yi Yuan's true strength, he finally understood his disparity with Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity, he probably could not make up for it all his life. The profundities of the Tao realm could not be described using words at all. He examined his heart and felt that he already walked very far along the path of alchemy. It was not to say invincible among those in the same rank, but at least in 4-star alchemy D realm this level, those who could surpass him were rarely seen. But he was simply like a pupil in front of Yi Yuan. 4-star alchemy DS are indeed all incomparably formidable. This level of pill refining means are simply mind-blowing. Formidable is formidable, but that young man is clearly much lousier. Old ginger is still hotter than the new. How can an initial rank 4-star alchemy D possibly be a middle rank 4-star alchemy D's match? No matter how powerful Master Yi is, what can 2 hours change? MN, something seems to be wrong. You guys look at that Louis. Some kind of change seems to have happened to him. Seems like he brought everything together and mastered it thoroughly. There were quite a few experts and sharp-eyed people present who discovered the change on Lu Yi's body very quickly. The FLUS from the very beginning until now was already proceeding steadily and actually had signs of gradually catching up to Deer Cry. Wu Feng's standard was very formidable among 3-star alchemy DS. This kind of change naturally could not escape his eyes. The expression on his face gradually changed from relaxed to solemn. Seemingly sensing Wu Feng's change, Tang Rui asked curiously, "What is it?" Wu Feng's face revealed a suspicious look, and he said, "Something's wrong. It's impossible. How can such a thing happen? Lu Yi's speed of improvement is too fast." This was just refining a medicinal pill. In the process of refining a medicinal pill, it was not possible to have such a leap in improvement. But now, this kind of impossible thing appeared in front of them. Furthermore, Lu Yi's improvement got faster and faster. In the end, traces of Tao ACCU mutations actually emerged in the medicinal cauldron. The exclamations in the crowd became stronger and stronger. The expressions on their faces became unusually fascinating. At this time, even a fool could tell that Lu Yi's pill refinement this time was extraordinary. Time slowly trickled by. After 5 hours, it was only to hear Lu Yi giving out a loud cry, "Condense!" All of the Tao ACCU mutations integrated into the medicinal cauldron. At this time, Lu Yi felt every pore on his body open up. Plussing to the extreme. This feeling of accompli. Plussing it in one go. He had never caught it before. But this time, it was really realized. Deer Cry had no distractions in his heart and was still dripping with sweat. A hint of disdain flashed across in Lu Yi's eyes, and he came before Yi Yuan, bowed deeply, and said, Lu E thanks Master Ye's grace of guidance very much, never forgetting till death. Chapter 1566, Turning Stone into Gold by Touching. Chapter 1566, Turning Stone into Gold by Touching. This scene has such a discordant feeling. A 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D actually gave such a solemn salute to a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D giving pointers to a 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D to breakthrough, if not for seeing it with my own eyes, I definitely won't believe. Just what kind of G? Oh, delay person is master ye. Such strength in alchemy is truly too terrifying, right? A 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D giving such a solemn salute to a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, this image was too impactful. To all of the outer city alchemists, 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS were G. Oh, D-like figures. But now this G, oh, D-like existence actually paid such solemn respect to a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, Yi Yuan smiled and said, I said it before, I'm annoyed by this old fellow too. If he dares to compete with me, I'll definitely wreck him to a frazzle. Everyone could not help being speechless when they heard it, but N.O. Body doubted the truth of these words, casually giving pointers for 2 hours, and Lu E had such tremendous improvement. If he personally took action, what kind of concept was that? If competing in rank 3 divine pills. Even if Dear Cry was more than a major realm higher than Yi Yuan could also trash him. This point, no one had any objections. Within rank 3, Yi Yuan was undefeatable. Lu E smiled and said, this guy just has a face that's asking for a beating. However, even though the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill is refined, I still don't have much confidence in winning him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax, this guy's level is too lousy. He can't refine a high-quality 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Level 2 lousy. Everyone was speechless again. The other party was a pill tower deacon. His level was too lousy? Perhaps this was a heavyweight. Another hour pious said, Dear Cry finally successfully refined it. He was very satisfied with his performance. The quality of the medicinal pill, this time, shouldn't be poor. But when he saw the Lu E who was taking things easy at one side, his gaze involuntarily turned sharp. This punk was done so fast. Or was it the refinement failed? Yes, it must be that the refinement failed. Otherwise, how could he possibly be faster than him? Thinking up to here, Dear Cry laughed mockingly and said, What? Refinement failed? Young man, you still have a future, but you have to be on guard against conceit and rashness, especially respecting your elders. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces became peculiar. Although Lu Yi's medicinal pill was not out of the furnace yet, they could at least confirm that the medicinal pill was definitely refined. Furthermore, barring no accidents, the quality was not low. Lu Yi laughed in spite of himself and said, Refined it long ago, just waiting for you to open the furnace. Lu Yi choked and said in disbelief, You refined successfully? Lu Yi could not be bothered with him and said coolly, Enough nonsense, open the furnace. Dear Cry's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, Open the furnace then. Would I be scared of you? Finished talking, he directly uncovered his own medicine cauldron. The 7-aperture, quiet enlightenment pill flew out. Seeing his medicinal pill, Dear Cry could not help laughing loudly and said, High grade. It actually really reached high grade. Kid, admit defeat. Even if you refined the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill by chance with your strength, it's impossible to reach high grade too. This time, Dear Cry could be said to have performed beyond his usual standard. 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. His normal level was basically all at middle grade. The refining difficulty of this medicinal pill was very high. Forget about middle rank 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS. even high-rank 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS could not refine such high quality every time as well. Seeing that this medicinal pill was high grade, he was already incomparably certain of his victory. Wu Feng had an agitated look too. The 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill's difficulty, he was naturally aware. Being able to refine high grade could already be said to have locked in the victory, because the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was the 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill's improved version. So everyone was no stranger to this medicinal pill. For Dear Cry to be able to refine high grade, it was already sufficient to see his skill. Too bad. I even thought that Lu Yi could defy the heavens. I didn't expect that he actually was defeated. Pill Tower's high-level deacons, indeed, aren't simply boasted out. That's true ability. However, Lu Yi's performance is already very good. His future should be much brighter than Master Dear Cry. The surrounding alchemists all expressed their regret. Everyone harbored a trace of antic. 1. Asian toward Lu Yi. Everyone did not expect that it was actually this kind of conclusion. Not just them. Even Lu Yi himself. The expression on his face also became unconfident. Haha, what are you wasting time for? Don't dare to open the furnace? Scared of losing? Brat, seniors are seniors, not what you, this kind of junior, can defy. Dear Cry said with a smug look. Bang! Right at this time, Yi Yuan dealt a palm through the air, directly hitting onto Lu Yi's medicinal cauldron. A medicinal pill flew out, attracting everyone's gazes. Hiss, high grade. It's actually high grade too. My G. O, D, an initial rank 4-star alchemy G. O, D actually refined a high grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill too. Too impressive. Lu Yi is indeed worthy of being a matchless existence among the Pill Tower's junior generation. This kind of strength, who else is there? If I were to say, it should be Master Yi, who is impressive. Lu Yi originally couldn't refine this medicinal pill. Master Yi gave him pointers for 2 hours, and he actually refined a high grade. This is simply turning gold into stone by touching. That's right, Master Yi is truly a model for our generation. This level of strength simply takes people's breath away in wonder. Cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Everyone was stunned by Lu Yi's 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Lu Yi himself was also dumbfounded. He really refined a high-grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Dear Cry was dumbstruck with astonishment too. This brat actually refined a high-grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Even Xian Yu and the rest were incomparably shocked. Ha ha, eldest senior brother, you're really too incredible. Ning Siyu laughed loudly and said, Dear Cry's face fell, and he said, being smug for what, still haven't tested the pill yet. His quality will definitely be better than mine. You go and test the pills yourself then. Your medicinal pill merely barely managed to reach high grade. Lu Yi's medicinal pill already approaches superior grade. Similarly high grade. The one who loses is you. Yi Yuan said coolly. He was very sensitive to the smell of medicinal pills and already determined the strength of the quality. Dear Cry clearly did not believe in heresy, but when he placed the 2 medicinal pills together, his expression immediately became ugly. Indeed, as Yi Yuan said, he lost, completely and utterly lost. Ha ha, this is your ability as a senior? Can't even beat my eldest senior brother. Still want to call yourself a senior? 4th senior brother laughed loudly. Ding Sun also laughed and said, just the likes of your level, still high-level deacon. I think that you've become intoxicated with bureaucratic play for so many years that you've already pretty much forgotten your main profession. Xian Yu also felt very proud and said with a slight smile, Dear Cry, what else do you still have to say? This old man's disciple has already defeated you. Dear Cry's expression changed again and again. This place, he could not stay for a second anymore. He, an exalted Pill Tower's high-level character, actually could not even beat a junior disciple. This was simply unprecedented humiliation, unprecedented shame and humiliation. After today, how would he still lift his head in the Pill Tower? You all don't get C. Oh, C, KY. Today's matter, we're not finished. Dear Cry gave a cold snort, his figure moved, and he directly disappeared. Wu Feng and Tang Rue had baffled looks. Defeated just like this? Chapter 1567. This Yi proposes a toast to you. Chapter 1567. This Yi proposes a toast to you. Ha ha ha. I finally broke through. Half-step Divine Lord. This step has eluded me for how many years? Today, I finally took you down. Inside a hidden chamber, Zhu Yongtian started laughing wildly. Secluding for a month, he finally broke through to the half-step Divine Lord realm. This step had troubled him for many years. Once he broke through, he would also be an apex existence in the entire outer city. Master Ye's alchemy Tao is unparalleled. One medicinal pill let me break through the bottleneck that had plagued me for many years. Zhu Yongtian said with vicissitudes of emotion. A month ago, Yi Yuan came to the Thunderclap Gang's headquarters and gave the few of them brothers a medicinal pill each. It was this medicinal pill that let him break through the bottleneck. Toward Yi Yuan, he had the utmost admiration. Zhu Yongtian slowly got up and said to himself, I wonder how those few fellows are. Master Yi taking action, they probably broke through successfully too, right? Coming to the headquarters hall, he saw that boss Xingguan was already there. Seeing Xingguan, Zhu Yongtian's eyes lit up, and he said in pleasant surprise, Big brother, you're almost breaking through? The aura on Xingguan currently was very unstable, a feeling of breaking the cock. And to become AB. Terfly, seemingly going to burst at any time. The joy on Xingguan's face could not be concealed in the slightest, and he said with a smile, all thanks to Master Ye's 5-aperture, quiet enlightenment pill, I finally touched that layer of threshold. When the South City's matters have been dealt with, I'll enter terminal seclusion and strive for an early breakthrough. Zhu Yongtian was overjoyed and said, Congratulations and felicitations to Big Brother. That Xiao Ryu probably never dreamed that he broke through to Divine Lord Realm and did not unify the South City, but we did it. Xingguan smiled and said, I also didn't expect that I really have the chance to step into Divine Lord Realm in this lifetime. All thanks to Master Yi. If not for him, our Thunderclap gang would likely have long been destroyed. Zhu Yongtian nodded and said, What we owe Master Yi is really too much. Before long, the third head also came to the hall. Xingguan and Zhu Yongtian's eyes both lit up, and they said with pleasant surprise, well, third, you broke through too. Ha ha ha. 3 half-step Divine Lords in one gang, who will still dare to be insolent in front of my Thunderclap gang in the future in this South City. The third head's strength was slightly weaker than the second head's, but he had also long stepped into grand completion origin deity. Consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, he also successfully broke through to become a half-step Divine Lord. After learning the news that Xingguan was about to break through to the Divine Lord realm, Third Head was also extremely excited. Before long, Fourth Head, Fifth Head, and the rest all exited seclusion. Each one all broke through without the least bit of surprise. Xingguan said with vicissitudes of emotion, An alchemist like Master Yi is simply too terrifying. He used a month's time to create an unshakable force in the South City. When the few people heard They also had a feeling like a lifetime had said. Ever since encountering Yi Yuan, their Thunderclap gang underwent earth-shaking changes. Recalling back then, when Yi Yuan requested them to change names, they nearly even came to blows. Thinking about it, they all had some lingering fear. If they were to really fall out with Yi Yuan, the consequences would be very terrifying. Xing Guan's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, "The South City has been in chaos for so many years. It's also time to establish a new order." That very night, blood flowed like a river in the South City. The Silver Feather Gang's chief head, Luo Yu, was personally killed by Xing Guan. As for the Sun Moon Gang's he also died under Zhu Yongtian's palm, finally avenging the enmity of an arrow. The Thunderclap Gang annexed the Sun Moon Gang and Sun Moon Gang, becoming the South City's #1 major power. Under the Thunderclap Gang's persecution, the Dongfeng family and Deity Hall chased Wu Feng out. That very night, Wu Feng died on the streets. As a result, the South City formed an arrangement of 1 dragon and 3 tigers. The Thunderclap Gang ran a monopoly. Immediately afterward, the 3 great families. While at this time, Yi Yuan was currently walking on Wu Meng capital city's streets calmly and composedly. Really can't imagine. How did such a low-grade capital city groom a peerless genius like you? Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My experiences here weren't so pleasant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this trip either." While talking, a group of people came to a luxurious restaurant. It was precisely the Clear Wind Inn. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Come on, the dishes in this restaurant are pretty good. Let's go upstairs and wait for them." Entering the Clear Wind Inn, the shopkeeper recognized Yi Yuan at a glance. He could not help trembling all over, revealing a disbelieving expression. Why Yi Yuan? Why you actually came back?" The bloodbath on the streets back then. Yi Yuan killed 5 grand completion, Heaven Glimpse Academy students alone, akin to a killing G. The shopkeeper's impression was very deep. Hence, seeing Yi Yuan at first glance, he recognized him. Yi Yuan was not surprised and said with a faint smile, "Yeah, came back." The shopkeeper hurriedly pulled him to one side and whispered, "How can you return?" Although so many years have already said, "The wanted order for you has never been revoked. With you returning, isn't it walking right into a trap?" Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised and said with a smile, "I even thought that you'd blow the whistle on me." The shopkeeper laughed and said, "What are you saying? You were the entire Wu Meng capital city's hero back then, defeating several hundred capital cities' elites in the 100 Cities smelting trial, bringing back glory to Wu Meng capital city. I didn't expect that City Lord actually treated you like this. Hurry up and go. There are eyes and ears everywhere in the Clear Wind Inn. How can you show up here?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, shopkeeper, bring up fine wine and good dishes for me. Revisiting an old place, this young master's mood is pretty good." Finished talking, Yi Yuan went straight up to the 2nd floor, leaving behind a baffled-looking shopkeeper. Even if 20 years had said, Yi Yuan was still a legend of Wu Meng capital city. Because of the things that he did, no one could match it in the history of Wu Meng capital city. The shopkeeper still served Yi Yuan and the rest wine and food. Yi Yuan raised his cup and said with little Fatty with a smile, "Revisiting an old place, what emotions do you feel?" Little Fatty shook his head and said, "I've long become indifferent. Right now, I only want to obtain powerful strength and tell those people who looked down on me before that I'm living very well." Yi Yuan smiled and said, you see, there you go again. "Oh, you said that you're indifferent, but actually, you're still living in the shadow of the past. That joker little Fatty back then is already gone. Little Fatty said indifferently, "People need to grow up." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Mental demon, not disappearing, whence the grow up? Only by going back to yourself can it be considered truly walking out." The group of people was chatting away when teams of city guards already surrounded the clear wind in like an iron bucket. The originally noisy street became very quiet. An icy cold aura crept out within the clear wind in. "Yi Yuan, come out and prepare to die," an icy cold voice sounded out. The shopkeeper ran up hastily, his head covered in cold sweat as he said to Yi Yuan, "You see, I asked you to be more careful, right? Commander Zhao has already brought the city guards and surrounded the clear wind in like an iron bucket. Now, you're hard-pressed to escape even if you grow wings." Yi Yuan smiled. He gestured toward the shopkeeper to sit on a chair there, and he said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, you're pretty good. Come, this Yi will propose a toast to you. Cheers." Chapter 1568, Battling Half-Step Divine Lord. Chapter 1568, Battling Half-Step Divine. "Lord, goodness me, the fire is already catching the eyebrows, but you're still in the mood to drink alcohol," the shopkeeper said urgently. Yi Yuan smiled and patted his shoulders as he said, "Already surrounded, also can't run out now. We have to enjoy life to the fullest and not let the golden wine goblet reflect the moonlight alone. Come, cheers." Finished talking, Yi Yuan clinked SES with the shopkeeper and downed it in one go. How could the shopkeeper be in the mood to drink wine? His entire person was teared right now. He hoped that Yi Yuan could run away, but he was more afraid at this time due to the army. The army outside, just the aura could make people have a breakdown. The hand he held the wine cup trembled incessantly, resulting in the wine spilling out a lot. Clearly, he was terrified to the extreme. The moment the army moved, the entire clear wind in would turn to ashes. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, your clear wind in will keep on operating in Wu Meng capital city. Don't need to worry." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, directly jumping out from the window. On the streets, soldiers dressed in armor looked powerful in neat ranks, gazes sharp, giving people a strong visual impact. These soldiers were all the city Lord Manor's elites, selected soldiers and powerful generals under Zhao Yi. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus the moment Yi Yuan appeared, countless spears stabbed towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just shook slightly, and the long spears scattered away one after another, leaving behind a large stretch of openness. P.A.C. Even in the fiend race army, Yi Yuan could come and go as he pleased. What did mere city guards count as? If Yi Yuan wanted to go on a killing spree, not a single person here could escape. However, his goal was Zhao Yi and Qin Zhaoyan, and not these ordinary soldiers. When Zhao Yi saw Yi Yuan, his pupils involuntarily constricted, and he cried out in shock, You actually broke through to the middle stage origin deity realm. Yi Yuan had several billion on him. His speed when cultivating was naturally extremely fast. Just not long ago, he already broke through to the middle stage origin deity realm. Recalling when Yi Yuan left back then, he had merely just broken through to the initial stage heaven glimpse realm. Less than 20 years had passed, said he actually directly improved by a major realm. This cultivation speed was simply terrifying to the ear. Furthermore, Zhao Yi knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary origin deity realm martial artist. He could jump realms to fight. Back then, when he just entered the initial stage heaven glimpse realm, bringing along Gui Yun, he cut down 5 Academy elite disciples. Among them even included 3 grand completion heaven glimpse martial artists. This kind of battle achievement was simply perverse and crazy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Commander Zhao, how have you been? This welcome ceremony is rather special." Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, the air of a sovereign spreading out. His aura alone actually overshadowed everyone. Zhao Yi could not help suffocating. Yi Yuan was no longer that academy disciple who could be needed as they pleased anymore. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Looks like these few years you really grew quite a bit. But you should know you're nothing in front of City Lord His Excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, and then Zhao Yi's face turned slightly dark, and he said, "Surrender without resistance. You have no chance." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With just the likes of you?" Zhao Yi said, "Looks like you're very confident. I want to weigh just how powerful your strength is right now. All move aside for me." Under Zhao Yi's word of command, those soldiers hurriedly backed away. This level of battle was already not what they could take part in. But they did not think that Lord Commander would lose to a brat still wet behind his ears. A half-step divine, Lord would lose to a middle-stage origin deity? Got to be joking. Is there a mistake? This Yi Yuan is also too freakish, right? It has only been 20 years. He actually directly improved by a major realm. But even so, there's also no way that he can be Commander Zhao's match, right? After all, Commander Zhao is a half-step divine lord. Although Yi Yuan could jump realms and battle when at Heaven Glimpse realm, half-step divine lord already has a portion of a divine lord powerhouse's strength. It's not what Yi Yuan can deal with at all. Sigh, Yi Yuan still has the temperament of a young man. He's too anxious in taking revenge. With his cultivation speed, in probably less than 100 years, he can step into Divine Lord realm. At that time, returning to take revenge again will be practically certain. On the street far away, seeing these two people confronting each other with swords drawn, they all started to lament one after another. A genius like Yi Yuan was hard to come by once in 100,000 years. They did not expect that this time he actually came to walk right into the trap. Zhao Yi raised his long spear, the aura of a half-step divine, Lord displayed in its entirety. Such a powerful aura was simply a G. Oh, D-like existence in Wumeng capital city, this kind of place. Far away, everyone all marveled in wonder. Half-step divine, Lord Powerhouse's taking action, was extremely rare. But the Yi Yuan opposite him still had a calm and collected appearance and was completely indifferent to this powerful oppressive force. Zhao Yi was secretly alarmed in his heart. He actually could not find a dead angle of attack from Yi Yuan's body. As expected, this kid's strength already can't be mentioned in the same breath as before. This battle absolutely cannot underestimate the enemy. Zhao Yi thought in his heart. Reaching his realm, the perception toward functional activities of vital energy was very sensitive. Although Yi Yuan's imposing momentum was much weaker than him, no idea why, Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. This kind of feeling was very bizarre. Blazing sun heart-seizing spear. Finally, Zhao Yi could not resist. A spear suddenly attacked. He knew that this first move he already lost. The moment this spear attacked, he totally did not have the confidence of certainty in the past, because he completely could not find where Yi Yuan's weakness was at. The mighty power of laws ruptured, virtually shattering the S.P.A.C. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved. Zhao Yi's gaze turned intent. Yi Yuan actually became blurry in his eyes. Was this a misconception? Hang on. How could he, a half-step divine lord powerhouse, possibly produce this kind of misconception? The next instant, alarm bells sounded out for Zhao Yi. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. A sword seemingly shuttled through the void. Sing through his power of laws, arrived in front of his face. Zhao Yu was greatly shocked in his heart. No time to think, he immediately raised his spear. Clank! The two people separated upon contact. Zhao Yi looked at the Yi Yuan, not far away. There was an unreal feeling. You actually comprehended spatial laws. The shock in Zhao Yi's heart could not be any greater. That blow just now was absolutely spatial laws. He broke through to half-step Divine Lord. Although he did not comprehend spatial laws, he could already preliminarily utilize basic spatial laws. That sword earlier was absolutely spatial laws integrated into Sword Dao laws. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is the strength of half-step Divine Lord. Merely thus. Come, fight again." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure became indeterminate and fleeting. Misty sword art. Zhao Yi was startled inwardly and hurriedly raised his spear to meet the enemy. Facing the Yi Yuan who comprehended spatial laws, he did not dare to slight him in the least bit. A moment of carelessness, and that sword of Yi Yuan's, which was elusive as a ghost, would claim his life. At this time, another two figures were Russ. Plussing over. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yi, you're also too useless. Can't even take care of a middle-stage origin deity. When Qin Zhaoyun saw that Zhao Yi could not take him down after a long fight, he laughed loudly. Chapter 1569, Utter Loss of Face. 1569, Utter Loss of Face. Although Qin Zhaoyun was mocking Zhao Yi, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. First, he was shocked at the speed of Yi Yuan's cultivation. The second was shocked that Yi Yuan could actually have a fierce battle with Zhao Yi until like this at middle stage origin deity. Enough C-R-A-P. This kid comprehended spatial laws. It's very hard to tangle with. Hurry over and help. Zhao Yi shouted coldly. Qin Zhaoyun and Wen Yang trembled all over and exchanged a glance, their eyes full of disbelief. Spatial laws were a legendary power of law. How in the world did this kid accomplish it? Brat, don't be rampant. You cast yourself into the net today and can't escape, even if you grow wings. Qin Zhaoyun shouted and also joined in the battle. A hint of surprise flashed across in Wen Yang's eyes, but he finally still decided to make a move against Yi Yuan. Terrifying power of laws suffused everywhere, turning the surrounding houses into dust. Three mighty half-step divine lords. How Estonies? Plussing was the destructive power. Yi Yuan appeared too delicate to stand up to a gust of breeze under the besiegement of three great half-step divine lords. But he just stood firm and did not fall. The three people exhausted all of their means and could not capture a corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's casual sword forced them into a flus. Both sides actually could not do anything to the other. But this scene made everyone dumbfounded with shock. How powerful was half-step Divine Lord? Three people joining hands actually could not deal with a middle-stage origin deity. Yi Yuan was still as freakish as before. No wonder he dared to swagger his way back. Yi Yuan's strength is really too fearsome. Spatial laws are a supreme law. Even Divine Lord powerhouses are unable to easily comprehend it. He's only origin deity realm and actually comprehended it already. In a short 20 years' time, Yi Yuan's strength actually already rivals half-step Divine Lord. Simply too inconceivable. If he didn't leave, our Wumeng capital city would have utterly risen. This glory belongs to Wumeng capital city. Yi Yuan came and went like a shadow, moving between the three people, and did not have the slightest hint of being suppressed. Ning Siyu watched this great battle in the Clearwind Inn and said in shock, "Turns out that Master Ye's martial Dao strength is actually so formidable. No wonder I actually can't even last one move under his hands. I really don't know how he cultivates." He's also not much older than I am. Why is he so strong? Little Fatty said, Yuan, this person can't be gauged with common sense at all. Any genius will be eclipsed when placed in front of him. Ning Siyu did not refute this. Regarding this claim, she did not have any objections. Even her own master had to call Master Yi when he saw Yi Yuan, his ATT. Tude could be imagined. Saying these words could scare people all over the city. At this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly moved, retreating out of the three people's encirclement. That feeling was very relaxed and light-hearted. Three mighty half-step divine lords could not even accomplish trapping him. The three people looked at Yi Yuan, incomparably apprehensive. The main guy has come, not playing with you all anymore. But Qin Zhaoyun's life, I'll accept it today. Yi Yuan said coolly, like talking about a trivial matter. An aura of a sovereign descending upon the world fell from the sky. Qin Xiao stood in the air, stepping out from the void. He sized Yi Yuan up with a playful look, as if very intrigued. When Qin Zhaoyun saw Qin Xiao appear, his heart also settled back in place, and he said with a cold smile, "Brat, you got it backward. Today, no one can save you." Qin Xiao looked at Yi Yuan and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "I really don't know where your courage came from to actually dare return to Wumeng, capital city. I really want to take a look at your trump card." Facing Qin Xiao, Yi Yuan had a calm look. Back then, Qin Xiao was Wumeng, capital city's only divine lord realm existence. But now, Yi Yuan had even witnessed before the ninth-layered heaven divine Lord Xianyu. A puny little Qin Xiao, he naturally did not regard him with importance. Yi Yuan put away the long sword and stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly, "Relax, you'll be able to see it right away." With Qin Zhao's strength, how could he be frightened by Yi Yuan? He said with a faint smile, "No matter what ace in the hold you have, in front of a divine lord powerhouse, they are all Tras. H. Plus, while talking, Qin Zhao's aura suddenly rose. A peerlessly powerful pressure instantly enveloped several streets, making everyone feel incomparably suppressed. Second-layered heaven divine lord. When Yang's face changed, and he exclaimed, Qin Zhaoyun's face revealed a look of wild ecstasy as he said, "Ha ha! Congratulations to City Lord Your Excellency for breaking through." The more powerful Qin Zhao's strength was, the more it was Ma's of good news for his Qin family. Therefore, Qin Zhaoyun was virtually excited until he was about to jump up. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he smiled instead and said, "Are you demonstrating your martial might to me? Would I not know that your breakthrough was still because of the rank 4 divine pill I helped you win?" Only then did everyone abruptly come to realize the truth, recalling the 100 cities smelting trial back then. Several hundred capital cities' geniuses all gathered together. Only the one who obtained first place could get this rank 4 divine pill. It could be seen that it would be an ordinary item. Qin Xiao breaking through because of it was something logical. Yi Yuan's words made the faces of the civilians in the city become strange. But they did not dare to speak out. The divine sense of a divine lord realm powerhouse was too keen. They did not dare to criticize City Lord His Excellency. But in their hearts, they all gave rise to contemptuous emotions. Originally, with Wu Meng capital city strength, it was impossible to win the 100 cities smelting trials first place. However, Yi Yuan helped him to do it. It was because of Yi Yuan that he could break through to become a second-layered heaven divine lord. Now, this scene, what was it if not a CLA? Sick returning kindness with ingrat. One toot, Qin Zhao's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Medicinal pills are merely external objects. Wanting to break through, one still has to rely on one's own talent. A mere medicinal pill is but adding flowers to embroidery." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Is that so? Sovereign Advent Pill can increase the chances of initial stage divine Lord Realm martial artists breaking through. The one I brought back was a high-grade Sovereign Advent Pill. It could at least increase the chances of breakthrough by more than 30%. Your luck was good and broke through successfully. Without the Sovereign Advent Pill, can you break through? Yi Yuan's one sentence made everyone cry out in shock. A medicinal pill capable of helping a divine Lord Realm powerhouse breakthrough was naturally no ordinary medicinal pill. By comparison, this kind of medicinal pill was the most expensive kind among the same rank medicinal pills. Rank 4 divine pills. The value was easily calculated with more than 100 million divine essence stones. Most likely, even if Qin Shao took out all of his net worth, he could not buy it either. Qin Shao did not expect that Yi Yuan actually recognized this rank for divine pill. Saying it out in front of everybody at this time, it really swept away all of his face. He gave a cold snort, turning angry from embarrass, smelt, and said, "No matter how razor-tongued you are, you can't escape death today, too. I want to see just what your trump card is." Finished talking, Qin Shao pointed at the void. A strong world power tore through the void, shooting straight for Yi Yuan. Under a finger point, the wind and clouds changed colors. However, Yi Yuan still looked at Qin Shao with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly having no intention of avoiding at all. Right at this time, the void trembled. A figure came into being and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. Likewise, a surge of world power spread out. This force was actually even more terrifying than Qin Zhao's. Qin Zhao's finger was annihilated casually just like that. Chapter 1570 Elder Yi. Chapter 1570 Elder Yi, P Protector Lin Dong. This powerhouse who suddenly appeared made Qin Shao shudder all over. Qin Shao recognized that this person was really the Martial Tower's high-level protector, Lin Dong. In the Martial Tower, only those who reached third-layered Heaven Divine Lord had the qualifications to be called high-level protector. Why would such an existence help Yi Yuan? But in the next moment, something that made him even more dumbstruck with amazement occurred. Lin Dong bowed and gave a salute to Yi Yuan, saying respectfully, "Elder Yi, this subordinate was late in rescuing you and let you get frightened. Elder Yi, please punish." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Protector Lin doesn't have to be like this. You came just in time. How are the things that I instructed you?" Lin Dong said, "Already done." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's been hard on Protector Lin." "Elder Yi?" Hearing the two people's conversation, Qin Zhao's brain somewhat short-circuited, somewhat unable to recover to his senses for a moment. "Elder Yi? What Elder Yi?" Also, Protector Lin was a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse to actually respectfully address Yi Yuan as Elder. What in the world happened? Hey, what in the world happened? That's a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, right? Why does he seem very respectful in front of Yi Yuan? "Elder Yi? Where is Yi Yuan an elder?" Can't figure it out, but it seems like Yi Yuan's current ident. 1. Tai is extraordinary. The civilians in the city were all in a state of disbelief, speculating about Yi Yuan's ident. 1 Tai. However, they were too far away from the imperial city, and they totally did not know what Yi Yuan's so-called elder signified. They only knew that Yi Yuan returning this time seemed to be incredibly awesome, to be able to make a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse even stronger than their city lord be so respectful. This was not what the average person could accomplish. Plus, but they did not understand that Qin Shao was racking his brain in extreme terror. Protector Lin Dong was the Martial Tower's protector. The elder, he called, apart from the Martial Tower's elder, Who else could there be? Yi Yuan was the Marshall Tower's elder. Qin Shao felt somewhat fluid teared. An origin deity realm becoming the Marshall Tower's elder. Was this a joke? However, it was not funny at all. Lin Dong's attitude toward Yi Yuan was already sufficient to explain everything. Even if it was putting on an act for him to see, how could a Marshall Tower's protector be someone that Yi Yuan could invite? It. Who can tell me what the H-E-L-L happened? Qin Shao started shouting frantically in his heart. The scene that happened before his eyes was too unreal. Qin Shao, you dared to offend the newly appointed Pill Tower's elder? Why haven't you knelt down to apologize for your offense? Lin Dong's voice was akin to a great bell, shattering the last trace of fluke in Qin Zhao's heart to smithereens. A hint of panic flashed across in Qin Zhao's eyes, and he said in disbelief, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible. An origin deity, realm brat. How can he possibly become the Pill Tower's elder? P-Protector Lin, this joke is too much." Lin Dong's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold shout, "Insolent thing! You dare to question the Pill Tower's decision?" Qin Shao hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, but he is just origin deity realm." Lin Dong snorted coldly and said, "Humph, Elder Ye's alchemy Dao. You're unable to imagine it at all. Although he's just in the origin deity realm, his alchemy Dao strength, even second elder expresses endless admiration." As second elder? At this time, Qin Zhao's eyes were full of fear and trepidation. The boundless enthusiasm previously, not a trace of a shadow could be seen at this time. His legs turned soft, and he nearly lost his footing. Pill Tower's second elder, that was a God-like existence. Even the second elder admired endlessly? What kind of concept was this? Qin Shao was unable to imagine it at all. Yi Yuan slowly took out a token. The token was of purple gold color. It was forged from purple gold meteoric iron. The token exuded a terrifying aura. It was actually a divine, Lord, mystic treasure. Thud! Qin Zhao's legs turned soft, and he directly knelt down, his face full of shock and despair. Purple gold mystic token. Qin Shao muttered under his breath. Purple gold mystic token was the symbol of the ident, one tie of the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's elders. It was a low-level divine lord mystic treasure in itself and absolutely could not be faked. With Yi Yuan Flass, plussing out the purple gold mystic token, the ident, one tie of an elder was already confirmed. Qin Zhao's head was a mess, feeling like the sky had fallen down. What did he do? Became mortal enemies with a Pill Tower's elder? One should not look at how he was a divine lord realm powerhouse. In reality, he was not even a dog in front of the Pill Towers and Marshall Tower's elders. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's divine lord realm powerhouses. If there weren't 1,000, there were at least 800. But the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's elders did not surpass S20 when added up. This was not on the same level at all. For a Pill Tower elder to want to kill him, it was as simple as Cruce. Plussing an ant. Qin Shao completely could not understand. Only 20 years had said. How did Yi Yuan suddenly transform into a Pill Tower's elder? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's affairs merely happened in the recent few months. When one was far away from authority, the powers that be would not intervene. Qin Shao did not know the Imperial City's changes at all. Even if he knew, he also would not associate this Yi Yuan in front of him with his mortal enemy Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealing his ident. 1. Tai was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue to Qin Shao. To the Qin family, it was equivalent to sounding the funeral bell. Drip, drip, A smell of urine spread out, drawing a series of sidelong glances. Qin Shao could not bear it. Qin Zhaoyan was even more deplorable than him, and he was actually frightened until he peed his pants in front of everyone. Clearly, he also knew what Pill Tower Elder meant. In front of the Pill Tower's elder, his Qin family was like an ant. Seeing Qin Zhao's appearance, Qin Zhaoyan knew that the Qin family was finished. Lin Dong's brows furrowed, casting a disdainful look at Qin Zhaoyan. This guy was actually so disgraceful. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Shao and said coolly, "Back then, you told me that you're the strong and you're in charge of a capital city. If you wanted me to repent, I'll have to repent." This sentence really inspired me to continuously become strong. Quite unfortunately for you, I've accomplished it. Qin Shao opened his mouth, but could not say anything. In his heart, it was full of bitterness. This sentence coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth right now was really ironic. 20 years ago, Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in his eyes. He did not need a reason to deal with Yi Yuan at all. Cruz. Plussing him domineeringly. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan actually refused to give in to be disciplined. Let alone did he think that 20 years said Yi Yuan already became an existence that made him look up to. The two people's status underwent a resplendent grand reversal. I'm unresigned. Even if you're the Pill Tower's elder, you also can't decide my life and death at will. At least, I'm a protector of the Marshall Tower too. Qin Shao harbored the last trace of a fluke and said. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, "Why do you think I appeared in the capital city in an ostentatious manner? Qin Shao, for this young master to sentence you, I naturally won't give you any chance to get away. Protector Lin, say out your gains these few days for him to hear one by one." "Yes." Lin Dong answered respectfully and started announcing Qin Shao counts of charges for so many years one by one. Qin Shao did not even have the last trace of hope anymore when it landed in his ears. Yi Yuan was cutting the ground from under his feet, not even leaving him the last trace of a way out. Chapter 1571 Changing Heavens. Chapter 1571 Changing Heavens. Lin Dong carefully said out loud Qin Zhao's crimes, but he was secretly astonished in his heart. A month ago, Yi Yuan sent him to Wu Meng capital city, making him investigate Qin Shao. The direction of the investigation was also provided by Yi Yuan. There was nothing when not investigating, but the moment there was an investigation, he found many problems. Lin Dong was not surprised because he could find problems, but he was marveled because of Yi Yuan's meticulousness when doing things. There was nothing when not taking action. The moment he made a move, he did not leave his opponent any leeway at all. This newly appointed elder had a maturity and decisiveness that was not commensurate with his age. If one underestimated him because of his age, they would suffer a big loss. Lin Dong was very surprised in his heart. This elder Yi was simply a freak. Martial Dao and alchemy Dao. His strength was extremely strong, and he also had a level-headed character. There was simply no K to exploit. For him to be able to obtain the Pill Tower's recognition and become an elder, it was absolutely no accident. Right now, the conflict between head elder and second elder, two camps, was intensifying with each day. Perhaps the appearance of this new elder would be a variable in the struggle between the two. "Qin Shao, what else do you have to say?" Lin Dong said coldly. Qin Shao was already battered out of his senses. He knew that he was finished. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Looks like City Lord Qin doesn't have any objections. Protector Lin, cripple his cultivation first and detain him inside the City Lord Manor's dungeon. Pick a date to escort him to the Imperial City to await punishment. Zhao Yi is similarly crippled of his cultivation and thrown into the dungeon." When Yang was accessory to a tyrant's crimes. The death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. He is to be stripped of his academy head position, and Thundercry will sum the post. As for Qin Zhaoyun, immediately execute him on the spot. Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's killing intent gradually thickened. Everyone on the street was silent like cicadas in winter, being stunned by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. They all knew that the Qin family that had commanded Wu Meng capital city for over 100,000 years collapsed just like this. This great reversal today was seriously too exciting. Swaz. Plus right at this time, Qin Zhaoyun's figure moved rapidly, speeding away into the horizon. Lin Dong laughed coldly and casually pointed a finger out. Boom. Qin Zhaoyun had not flown out far and was annihilated until not even residue remained. With Qin Zhaoyun's strength, how could he possibly escape from under Lin Dong's hands? When Yang's face revealed a bitter smile. As for Qin Xiao and Zhao Yi, their faces revealed a look of despair. But they did not dare to resist at all. Lin Dong was too strong. Even Qin Xiao was completely lacking in front of Lin Dong. TSK really didn't expect that the city lord and Qin family collapsed just like this. That serves them right. These few years, the Qin family acted like a tyrant in Wu Meng capital city, really had enough of it. Yi Yuan is really too incredible. In just 20 years' time, he actually transformed and became some pill tower elder. Change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. The 30 years wasn't up yet. Qin Xiao repaid kindness with ingrat. 1, 2 back then. He probably never thought that there would still be this day, right? Amidst a series of exclamations, this war that lasted for 20 years finally came to an end. Finally, it concluded with Yi Yuan's cruise. Plusing, making everyone's jaws drop. Everyone did not think that Yi Yuan's return was actually so domineering. Inside the city lord manor, Thundercry prostrated on the ground. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped him up and said with a smile, "Teacher Thundercry doesn't need to be overly courteous. He who teaches me for a day is my father for life. This Wu Meng Academy will be entrusted to you in the future." Thundercry sweated heavily and said, Elder Yi, Teacher Thundercry, there is no need to be awkward. Just call me Yi Yuan will do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Thundercry nodded his head and said, Elder Yi, this Thundercry can't shoulder such heavy responsibilities. Clearly, between Thundercry and Yi Yuan was no longer the teacher-student relations. P back then long ago. Even the city lord was taken down casually. Thundercry naturally knew the disparity between him and Yi Yuan presently. How could he dare to call Yi Yuan's name directly? Furthermore, Lin Dong was standing beside Yi Yuan. That was a third-layered heaven divine lord existence. Yi Yuan smiled and did not force it either and said, Teacher Thundercry's character is upright and outspoken, magnanimous, and just the best choice for the academy head. Don't turn it down anymore. I know what you're worried about. Take this medicinal pill. Before long, Wu Meng Academy will naturally have an additional half-step divine Lord Powerhouse appear. Thundercry's whole body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Half-step divine Lord. How many origin deity realm powerhouses wanted to reach this realm? But it was too difficult. Something as Civ as Wu Meng capital city. There were only 4 half-step divine lord powerhouses in the past 2. But now, Yi Yuan actually promised him the realm of half-step divine lord. The shock in Thundercry's heart could not be any greater. Yi Yuan's alchemy, Dao's strength, already reached such an outrageous level. No wonder No wonder he could become the Pill Tower's elder. Even 4-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS did not dare to promise half-step Divine Lord either, right? This Thundercry will accept deferentially, then to decline courteously. Thundercry bowed and saluted as he said. Right then, Qin Shao requested an audience. The moment he came in, he gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan and said, Elder Yi, you want to plead for the Qin family? Yi Yuan said with scorching eyes. Facing Yi Yuan's intense stare, Qin Shao felt like a mountain crushed over, making him incomparably shocked inwardly. His cultivation speed was already very fast. In roughly 20 years' time, he already broke through to middle stage Heaven Glimpse. But Yi Yuan broke through a major realm in 20 years. Furthermore, the news of Yi Yuan challenging 3 great half-step divine lords alone was already not considered some secret in Wu Meng capital city. He knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan would become big, but did not expect that it was actually huge to such an extent. Genius? Qin Shao felt that using this term to describe himself was simply an insult to this word. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, Elder Yi, please raise your hand high in mercy. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. According to what I know, the Qin family doesn't seem to treat you very well, right? Qin family said, no matter what, I'm a member of the Qin family. Without the Qin family, there wouldn't be today's Qin family. Yi Yuan said coolly, if I say no. Qin Shao's gaze revealed a trace of ferociousness as he said, if Qin Shao can leave behind a wretched body, I'll definitely kill Elder Yi in this lifetime. Insolence! Lin Dong's gaze turned dark, a terrifying aura released. Qin Shao's entire body trembled, instantly feeling like the sky was falling down. Yi Yuan waved his hand at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's aura disappeared. Qin Shao retreated several steps in a row and plopped down onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. The aura of a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse was too terrifying, but Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, Qin Shao, although you were born in the Qin family, you're different from the Qin family's people. On the account of your face, I'll let the Qin family go. Qin Shao's pupils constricted, revealing a look of disbelief. He never harbored any hope coming. In the eyes of the present Yi Yuan, he was just an insignificant minor character. How could Yi Yuan possibly change his enmity towards the Qin family because of him? But not coming, he could not cross this hurdle in this heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really agreed. However, Yi Yuan's face suddenly fell, and he said, Qin Tianan, as well as the Qin family's few elders who are steeped in crimes, must be executed. Qin Shao drew a deep breath, gave a bow to Yi Yuan, and said, Qin Shao thanks Elder Yi. Chapter 1572, Returning Home. Chapter 1572, Returning Home. Xie Zhaoyun, who used to be proud of the success he attained in the past, seemed very cautious in front of Xie Jingyi now. He was afraid. He was afraid of Elder Yi squaring accounts after the autumn harvest and making things difficult for the Xie family. With Yi Yuan's present status, wanting to eradicate the Xie family was simply as easy as turning over a hand. Didn't they see that the powerful Qin family turned to dust with a snap of a finger? Even the second-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Clueless, already became a cripple too. Most likely, his life could not be preserved. That was a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The Xie family was afraid of offending the Qin family back then, and threw a rock down the well, directly striking Xie Jingyi's name off the Xie family's register. This caused Xie Zhaoyun to be even more uneasy right now. Although he had little contact with Yi Yuan, it was clearly not very pleasant. He never dreamed that this little fatty in front of him would actually have a day where he rolled over. Back then, Xie Jingyi's divine sea was destroyed. He had once inspected it. There was no possibility of recovery at all. Who could have guessed that Elder Yi actually brought Xie Jingyi back to life miraculously? It was no wonder that Elder Yi could become the Pill Tower's Elder too. This means was simply fantastical. Oh, little E, Big Brother was extremely happy to hear that you came back and already rushed over from Brilliant Peace City, Xie Zhaoyun said with a face wreathed in smiles. Little Fatty's eyes narrowed slightly and did not have the intention of making conversation. Xie Zhaoyun had an awkward look, but at this time, he did not have any dissatisfaction. He knew Yi Yuan's relations. H.I. plus P with Xie Jingyi. The Xie family's life and death depended on Xie Jingyi. As long as he was willing to open his mouth, the Xie family would be considered saved. In fact, if Xie Jingyi was willing, the Xie family might even soar to the sky with one bound, becoming the boss of Wu Meng capital city. It was just that the premise of all this was to repair the relations. H.I. plus P with Xie Jingyi. That, also, the ancestor has already re-entered little E. U. into the clan register. Xie Zhaoyun continued speaking, but what answered him was still silence. Xie Zhaoyun was palpitating with anxiety and fear. He felt that the little fatty in front of him was no longer that innocent and pure little fatty anymore. Oh, little E, I know that you hate third uncle in your heart, hate the Xie family, but under that sort of situation back then, the Xie family was compelled by circumstances to. The Qin family covered the sky with one hand. Our Xie family couldn't afford to offend. You also know that Qin Shao is a member of the Qin family. How can we dare to resist? Oh, little E, third uncle knows that you're unhappy in your heart. If you can't vent your anger, then just kill third uncle. As long as you can forgive the Xie family, you can do anything. Talking to the back, Xie Zhaoyun shed tears while talking, an appearance of sacrificing his life heroically for a cause. But right at this time, Xie Jingyi slowly opened both eyes, his gaze icy to the extreme. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Xie Zhaoyun's entire body was akin to falling into an ice cellar, being covered in guseb. MPS by that icy gaze of Xie Jingyi. Xie Jingyi gave a cold snort and said, Xie Zhaoyun, stop pretending in front of me. Do you think that I'm still that fool who's ignorant of the ways of the world back then? Put that away. If you really disgust me even more, I'll pull the Xie family up by the roots. Xie Zhaoyun's entire body trembled, being shocked by that cold, killing intent of Xie Jingyi. He finally realized that this Xie Jingyi before his eyes was no longer that innocent and pure little fatty anymore. He would really kill people. The Xie family was already clouds and mist that had come and gone to him. Xie Zhaoyun was silent like cicadas in winter and actually did not dare to make a sound again. A dignified origin deity, realm powerhouse, did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of a half-step origin deity. Get lost, little fatty said coldly, scaring Xie Zhaoyun until his neck shrunk. How could he still dare to remain, running away like a puff of smoke? After Xie Zhaoyun left, Yi Yuan walked in from outside. Only after seeing Yi Yuan did Xie Jingyi's expression ease up slightly. Yi Yuan knew that Xie Zhaoyun came to find little fatty before, but he did not say anything, but said, Come, I'll bring you to a place. Little fatty was stunned and said, Where to? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You'll know after going. The violent spatial turbulent flow continuously scoured this endless S-P-A-C. Here, it was impossible for any living things to survive. But at this time, a stream of flowing light Pa-S set through the layers of turbulence, breaking the ice and advancing. Inside the purple extreme hall, Ning Xiu, Liang Wanru, and Xie Jingyi, 3 people, were shocked beyond their wildest imaginations. Master Yi, this hall is really too impressive to actually be able to Pa-S S through a spatial storm. Could this be a celestial deity mystic treasure? Ning Siyu marveled in wonder. Celestial deity mystic treasure? No, this is a true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. A peak true G. Oh, D mystic treasure. Yi Yuan said with a smile. The three people opened their mouths wide and could not close them for a long time. True G. Oh, D mystic treasure. What kind of concept was that? Little Fatty and Liang Wanru were still all right, but Ning Siyu's understanding was completely not what the two of them could compare to. True G. Oh, D mystic treasure. That was absolutely an existence that made the entire heavenly Eagle Imperial City go crazy. Once known by the outside world, there would be countless celestial deities, even true G. Oh, D powerhouses who would make a move to S. And TCH it. Ning Siyu finally understood why Yi Yuan would be so calm when facing those Divine Lord powerhouses. With this purple extreme hall, he did not fear those Divine Lord powerhouses at all. This was his greatest trump card. However, Ning Siyu felt very pleased in her heart too. Yi Yuan bringing her here meant that he treated her as one of his own already. Ning Siyu was completely Yi Yuan's little fangirl right now and definitely would not betray him. Instead, she was proud of this. However, what did you bring us to a small world for? Could it be that this place has some precious treasure coming into being? This small world is very concealed. How did you discover it? Ning Siyu said curiously. By the side, Liang Wanru felt puzzled too. But very soon, her gaze gradually became bright. Also, the Long Zhan not far away, he was incomparably agitated in his heart too. Over 100,000 years had Pa S. said he was finally able to return to his hometown. Yi Yuan glanced at Liang Wanru and said with a smile, Wanru, didn't you already guess something? Liang Wanru herself did not quite dare to believe it either, but she still said, Could you really have? Right then, Purple Extreme Hall rushed straight out of the spatial turbulent flow. Pa S. Sing through the world-locking gate. Yi Yuan brought everyone and moved, arriving above the sea. Yi Yuan said to the three people with a smile, Welcome to my hometown, the immortal Grove world. Ning Siyu's eyes went wide, and she said in disbelief, Why, what you're saying that you came from this small world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, As a matter of fact, I came from here. About this, Wanru can testify. Liang Wanru's astonishment was not the slightest bit less than Ning Siyu's. Although she had some surmises previously, getting Yi Yuan's confirmation still made her feel incredulous. Liang Wanru drew a deep breath and said, No wonder you were so severely injured back then. It turns out that Pa S. said through the spatial turbulent flow. But how is this possible? You had just broken through to Grotto Profound Deity realm back then. Ning Siyu was shocked again, her mouth opening wide, full of astoundment. Initial stage Grotto Profound Pa S. Sing through the spatial turbulent flow? Was this an Arabian Night fantasy tale? Also, how could a martial artist who came out of a small world possibly be so monstrous? The so-called geniuses in small worlds were less than even trash when placed in the Heavenspan world. Ning Siyu never dreamed of this degree of monstrosity until no more common sense can be associated with that the freakish elder Yi actually came from a small world. Chapter 1573, Heavenly Synheretic God. Chapter 1573, Heavenly Synheretic G. Oh, D in the depths of the G. Oh, it's Fall Mountain Range. Kun was slowly open both eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. That brat actually came back. It's only been 100 years, and this brat has the ability to return. Kunwa's eyes revealed a doubtful look, feeling very puzzled and curious about Yi Yuan's return. Kunwu was naturally aware that 100 years was the same as a snap of a finger in the heavenspan world. Logically speaking, for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate to the late-stage grotto profound realm now was already pretty good. With this strength, wanting to return was naturally as hard as ascending to the heavens. However, his face revealed a hint of amuse. E-M-E-N-T, as he said with a smile, but he probably never thought that a second existence who obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao would appear in this immortal grove region, right? This timing of returning is also too coincidental. Wonder who will win or lose when these two people collide. Inside the law enforcement hall, everyone all had solemn faces. Fang Tian's complexion was pale, his eye revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he already suffered heavy injuries. By the side, Skydistant's expression was not much better than him. After Yi Yuan left, Fang Tian and Skydistant both broke through the shackles not long ago and already reached Origin Deity realm. In this immortal grove world, who else could threaten them? Even beating Fang Tian to severe injuries? Old man Fang, what should we do now? You have the most wicked ideas. Say something. Skydistant said, stiflingly. Fang Tian heaved a sigh and said, Yi Yuan's strength, you've witnessed it before. He only used a finger and annihilated tens of thousands of fiends, suppressing heavenly fiendji. Oh, Di Kanua. At that time, Yi Yuan was still merely at the initial stage grotto profound realm. But that heavenly sin heretic Ji, oh, D is already a grand completion origin deity. His strength is even stronger than the Yi Yuan back then. In front of such strength, any scheme is all futile effort. Skydistant said anxiously, Then we're just handing over the U-La-S. S obediently just like this. If Yi Yuan comes back, he'll destroy the entire Immortal Grove region. Fang Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Of course we can't hand. At most, this old man will risk this old life and fight it out with him. Skydistant suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Sigh, if Yi Yuan were here, it would be good. This Ji, oh, Deity, and Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji. Oh, D, he'll definitely be smacked to death with one slap. Fang Tian also sighed and said, Even if Yi Yuan was here, it's also impossible to be his match. The two of them are existences who obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao, but Yi Yuan merely broke through to deity realm for 100 years. How could he possibly be Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji? Oh, D's match. Skydistant said with righteous indignation, The villainous old heaven is really blind. Why would it acknowledge such a wicked existence? Fang Tian sighed and said, Heavenly Tao is heartless, but as long as one can meet its requirements, they can naturally get its recognition. Fang Tian was also considered to have pried into a portion of heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao that he pried into versus obtaining the recognition of heavenly Tao, the gap was too big. Skydistant and Fang Tian exchanged a glance, both revealing helpless looks. They were already the immortal grove world's strongest combat power. But in front of Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji, oh, D, it was completely not enough to look at. Even if not borrowing the power of Heavenly Tao, Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji, oh, D could also be sufficient to crush them. Talking about this Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji, oh, D, Yi Yuan was caught out of the blue too. This Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji, oh, D was a very distant existence, already 300,000 years from the present. 300,000 years ago, this Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji, oh, D could be said to be that era's most talented powerhouse. His abilities were exceedingly vast, sweeping across the contemporary era. It was just that this Heavenly Sin Heretic Ji, oh, D was bloodthirsty. His road to ascension was a path of killing. No idea how many powerhouses had fallen under his hands. Furthermore, heavenly sin heretic G. Oh, D was very L-U-S, fool. He actually lost all sense of judgment and raped the daughter of that era's strongest once. That time, it really poked a hole in the sky. Heavenly sin heretic G. Oh, D already reached the point of angering both G, O, D, and men, immediately arousing public wrath. That strongest person got together with that era's dozens of powerhouses and joined forces to besiege and slay heavenly sin heretic G. O, D. That battle fought until heaven and earth turned dim. Over a dozen deity realm powerhouses fell in battle, but in the end, they were still not able to kill heavenly sin heretic G. O, D. That strongest person severely injured him and sealed him up. However, that era's powerhouses fell one by one. No one could have thought that not only did heavenly sin heretic G. O, D not die, he actually lived until now. When heavenly Tao dwindled to zero, heavenly sin heretic G. O, D also had his cultivation suppressed for a time. But in the wake of heavenly Tao growing stronger day by day, heavenly sin heretic G. O, D actually relied on his heaven-defying talent. Not only did he break through to grand completion origin deity, not long ago, he even obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. With this, how could the seal still seal him? Just the other day, heavenly sin heretic G. O, D broke out of the seal and shook the world. When the law enforcement hall saw the heavenly Tao phenomenon, they naturally went to the sealed land to investigate. Who knew that they ran into heavenly sin heretic G. O, D that day, the instant heavenly sin heretic G. O, D saw humanly heavenly sin heretic G. O, D's two eyes radiated with light and fell hopelessly in love with her. That's right, it was fell in love. Yu Mingli's looks were far greater compared to that strongest person's daughter. On the spot, heavenly sin heretic G. O, D was going to marry Yu Mingli. How could Feng Tian and Sky Distant be willing to let heavenly sin heretic G. O, D have his way? They rushed straight up to have a great battle with heavenly sin heretic G. O, D. But how could they be heavenly sin heretic G. O, D's match? One exchange, and Feng Tian was heavily wounded. Only with Yu Mingli threatening him with suicide did he not kill the two people on the spot. But heavenly sin heretic G. O, D was not someone to be trifled with either. He said that if Yu Mingli dared to refuse, he would kill off all of the law enforcement hall's deity realm powerhouses. Yu Mingli had a clever idea in the moment of desperation and told heavenly sin heretic G. O, D that he could marry her, but it must be a formal wedding and let the whole world know. She and heavenly sin heretic G. O, D agreed that a month later he would come to the law enforcement hall to marry her in a grand spectacle. Heavenly sin heretic G. O, D agreed, but he sealed off the roads leading to the G. O, Sfal mountain range. Clearly, inside the G. O, Sfal mountain range had existences that he was apprehensive of as well. But this way, Yu Mingli did not have a path of retreat anymore. Today was the 1-month date. The law enforcement hall's upper echelons discussed for a month and also did not come up with a conclusion. The final outcome was to sit and wait for death. On the right-hand side, Yu Mingli's gaze revealed a hint of decisiveness as she said, "Seniors, there is no need to dispute it anymore. Lear already has a way." Her words made everyone's eyes light up. Sky Distant said impatiently, "What method? You la S. You quickly say?" Yu Mingli said, "Heavenly sin heretic G. O, D wants to obtain me. When he comes over, I'll threaten with death and make him let you all enter the G. O, Sfal mountain range. As long as you all are able to enter the G. O, Sfal mountain range, you'll be safe." Sky Distant's expression changed, and he said, "No way. Absolutely no way. If you die, how will we give an account to Yi Yuan?" How could Sky Distant not understand. Yu Mengli was harboring the will to die, wanting to sacrifice herself to save them. But this way, even if they could live, how would they face Yi Yuan in the future? Yi Yuan entrusted Yu Mengli to them, but they could not protect her. Yu Mengli said decisively, "Do seniors have a better plan?" You all rest assured. Big brother Yuan, he's understanding and amenable to reason. He won't blame you all. My good Lear, big brother Heavenly Sin is here to marry you. Right at this time, Heavenly Sin Heretic G. O. D's voice sounded out in the entire stretch of S. P. A. C. Chapter 1574, this is the first. Chapter 1574, this is the first. Everyone's heart plunged to rock bottom all at once. Feng Tian, sky distant, white light, fiery, and the rest all revealed determined looks on their faces. Since they could not be spared, there was only battling to the death. Even if it was akin to moths flying into the fire, they also could not helplessly watch Lear go to die. For everyone here to be able to have today, it was all thanks to Yi Yuan. How could they possibly watch Lear go and die helplessly now, while they drag out an ignorable existence in the world? The law enforcement hall swarmed out in full force, akin to facing a great enemy. They never thought that just 100 years after killing Kanua, the immortal Grove world actually encountered such a catastrophe again. Furthermore, this calamity was even more terrifying than Kanua. Although Kanua was a heavenly fiend G.O.D., he was not an invincible existence. But this heavenly sin heretic G.O.D. was undefeatable. Even if Yi Yuan was here, there was no chance of winning either. Above the void, a divine carriage that blotted out the sky and covered the sun suspended quietly, giving people a strong visual impact. The decorations on the divine carriage were very dazzling and joyous, just like a sedan chair for welcoming the bride. 8 enormous dragons were carrying pegs. It was clearly used to pull the divine carriage. Seeing those 8 enormous dragons, everyone's faces changed drastically. Senior Long Min, Senior Ao Qian, Heavenly Sin, what's the meaning of this? Yu Mengli's gaze turned cold as she denounced charmingly. Yu Mengli saw clearly that those 8 enormous dragons were none other than the dragon race's old patriarch, Long Min, as well as the Ao Qian who had already returned to the dragon clan. They revealed their original forms at this time and became the mounts to pull the carriage. On the law enforcement hall's side, everyone had bloodshot eyes, Wisconsin H.I., plussing to rush up and fight it out with Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. The dignified dragon race's major powers were actually forcefully abducted over by Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D. to pull the divine carriage. However, no one could resist Heavenly Sin Heretic G.O.D. He was too strong. The outcome was death. Only seeing Yu Mengli's expression did Heavenly Sin come to realize it, and he said with a laugh, "Turns out that you know them. Then it's really too great. My good Lear, this 1 month's time, this venerated self has racked his brains for the sake of our wedding. I first went to Long Winter, that guy's place where he set away in meditation, and dug up his grave, digging out this wave heaven divine carriage. Then I went to the dragon clan and captured these 8 dragons to pull the wave heaven divine carriage for us. Ha ha, since you know them, then let them witness our love together." With Yu Mengli's calm and composed personality, she was already angered by Heavenly Sin until she was virtually going mad at this time. No need to even talk about the others. They wished to swallow Heavenly Sin whole. S.H.I. plus T, this Tiger Lord can't stand it anymore. Your father will fight it out with you today. The White Tiger clan and Azure Dragon clan were of the same ancestry. The humiliation of Long Min and Ao Qian he felt as if he had experienced it himself. How could he still bear it? done talking, white light turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed over toward Heavenly Sin. Sky Distant also went crazy. He was part of the Four Symbols family clans, too. How could he stand this kind of humiliation? He followed closely behind White Light and also rushed up towards Heavenly Sin Heretic G. Oh, everybody attack together. Even if we die, we also have to teach this guy an unforgettable lesson. Fong Tian shouted fiercely and rushed up. Above the sky, several dozen figures rushed at Heavenly Sin Heretic G. O.D. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Heavenly Sin's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "Ants who overestimate their own abilities. Since you all want to die, then this seat will fulfill your wishes." Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, and she cried out, "Heavenly Sin, if you dare to kill them, I'll die for you to see right now." Yu Mengli raised her palm and placed it on top of her head. As long as her palm pressed, she could end her own life. Heavenly Sin's face changed. Just casually waving a hand, dozens of figures flew back, uncontrollably, the speed even faster than when they came. Poo, poo, poo. Everyone directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, already sustaining heavy injuries. In front of Heavenly Sin, they did not have any leeway to resist at all. An emotion called despair spread in the air. Too strong. These people were the immortal Grove world's strongest combat force. They actually could not even touch the corners of the other party's sleeves. The corners of Heavenly Sin's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a wicked grin, "My goodlier, you see that your husband already has such sincerity. Shouldn't we perform the formal rituals and get married? Today, let's become Tao companions in front of everyone, never to part for all of eternity." Yu Mengli's heart turned ice cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Heavenly Sin want me to become Tao companions with you. That is possible. But you have to promise me, let them enter the Fall mountain range. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't become Tao companions with you too." Heavenly Sin smiled sinisterly and said, "My goodlier, do you really take husband me to be a fool?" When this venerated self roamed obstructed throughout the immortal Grove region, I toyed with the whole world in the palm of my hands. How can your little trick deceive me? If I let them go, you'll commit suicide straight away. But if I don't let them go, you don't dare to die. Yu Mengli's expression changed. Only then, discovering that her thinking was simply too fanciful and fallacious. Heavenly Sin Heretic G. D was a supreme powerhouse from 300,000 years ago. How could he be deceived by her little trick? Did she really have to commit her body to this abominable guy? No. That way, Yu Mengli would rather die. Right at this time, Heavenly Sin smiled again and said, "My goodlier, it's not impossible for this venerated self to let them go, but you must get married to this venerated self first. After the ceremony is done, this venerated self will naturally let them go. You dream on." Yu Mengli said in extreme rage. Heavenly Sin laughed and said, "My goodlier, do you think that this 1 month that this venerated self was out, I really did not care about what's happening in the outside world? I know that you like a punk called Yi Yuan. Furthermore, he's the same as me, both candidate masters that this immortal Grove region chose. But that punk broke through to divine Tao for merely 100 years. Even if he's here, this seat can smack him to death with one slap. Therefore, you can stop harboring hopes of getting lucky. Obediently become Tao companions with this venerated self and forget that kid. After today, you'll reign the immortal Grove region together with this venerated self." Heavenly Sin paused for a bit. His gaze turned dark and murderous intent emerged fully as he said, "If you don't obey, this venerated self will kill one by one starting from now. Wonder how you'll feel when these people die in front of you one by one." What kind of existence was Heavenly Sin Heretic G? Oh, D. He was a fierce and ambitious person from 300,000 years ago. His cunningness and resourcefulness were top-rate existences. Humanly was too weak in front of him. Heavenly Sin was incomparably pleased with himself inwardly. He knew that Humanly would definitely be obedient. If he could not even deal with a woman, his name of Heavenly Sin would also be too useless. When the raw rice is cooked, would he still be afraid that Humanly could escape his palm? As long as the ceremony was done, Heavenly Sin believed that even if he were to let Humanly return to Yi Yuan's side, she would not agree. She had no face to see Yi Yuan. At that time, she could only follow him wholeheartedly. Humanly had a look of despair. She was really out of a choice. Lier, you don't worry about us. This old man was originally someone who should have died. Today, I'll return my life to Yi Yuan. Fang Tian shouted and rushed over toward Heavenly Sin once more. Heavenly Sin smiled evilly, and then he said to you, Mengli, my good Lier, this is the first. Chapter 1575. I understand heaven better than you. 1575. I understand heaven better than you. Heavenly Sin also had the intention of demonstrating his strength to Lier, pointing a finger out at this time. The winds and clouds changed colors. Fang Tian was still in midair and felt as if the end of the world had arrived. This was the genuine might of the heavenly Tao. Whatever heavenly tribulation, whatever soul tribulation, it totally paled in comparison in front of this finger. What kind of power is this? Too terrifying. Even that battle between Yi Yuan and Kanua back, then it's also not enough to look at in front of this finger. It's over. This time, it's utterly over. Our Immortal Grove region is really plagued with misfortune. It's just been 100 years, and such a scrounge actually appeared again. The faces of the law enforcement hall's people all revealed looks of despair. Back then, there was still Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides in an overwhelming manner. But now, who else could block in front of them? Fang Tian was the first. After that, there would still be a second, a third. In front of this finger, Fang Tian could not muster up the thought to resist at all. He could not even thought about surviving at all. At this moment, he only wanted to return peace of mind to himself. He knew that no one could escape a disaster today. He could not. Humanly could not as well. Hence, he at the very least could not helplessly watch Lier die in front of him. Yi Yuan, I'm sorry, I have no way of protecting Lier. Fang Tian slowly shut his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. In an instant, that breathtaking finger arrived in front of Fang Tian's face. Everyone shut their eyes. They could not bear to see the death of this Immortal Grove region's leader. And what's going on? Right at this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, Heavenly Sin's finger carried the might of heavenly Tao. When it arrived in front of Fang Tian, it actually disappeared directly. At this moment, the 3 feet area in front of Fang Tian seemingly cut off to become 2 different worlds. That world raged like a storm. Heaven and earth changed colors. This world was calm and peaceful. There was tranquility. Fang Tian suddenly felt that horrifying pressure on his body actually vanished, and he couldn't help it but to open both eyes. He was stunned by this scene. What was going on? Heavenly Sin's gaze turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, Who is it? Get out for this venerated self. At this moment, everyone's face revealed puzzled looks. Could it be that this Immortal Grove region still had someone who could be Heavenly Sin Heretic G? Oh, D's match? What's going on here? Could it be Senior Kunwu taking action? White Light looked at Yu Mengli in surprise, but discovered that her beautiful body was trembling incessantly. Her face revealed an excited red glow. Just as White Light was completely bewildered, he heard Yu Mengli with an extremely excited voice saying, He came back. White light froze and said, Who? Who came back? Yuan said agitatedly, It's Big Brother Yuan. Big Brother Yuan came back. White light's entire body trembled. Right at this moment, there was a tremor in the void. Several figures stood in the air, facing Heavenly Synheretic G. Oh, D from afar. That figure in the center. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Speaking of which was coincidental too, Yi Yuan and the rest were currently chatting idly above the East Sea, when he felt the powerful undulation of heavenly Tao. This kind of undulation was what only the controller could have. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, he immediately came here with a teleport and just happened to run into Heavenly Sin pointing a finger at Feng Tian, which he made a move to resolve. Feng Tian's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, Why Yi Yuan? How is this possible? Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tian and said with a smile, Senior Feng Tian, I've let you get startled. After the astonishment, Feng Tian laughed loudly and said, Good that you're back. Ha ha. Everyone looked at that white-robed youth in the sky, full of shock. Yi Yuan actually came back. Ha ha. Yi Yuan came back. We're saved. Yi Yuan is really the immortal Grove region's guardian G. Oh, D, with him around, we're safe. Yi Yuan always appears in the time of crisis. This time was not an exception either. He actually broke through to middle stage origin deity, my G. Oh, D, he just left for 100 years and already broke through 2 major realms. This guy is really as freakish as ever. Yi Yuan's appearance made everyone rouse themselves. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was the savior. However, not everyone was optimistic. Don't be happy too early. Yi Yuan and Heavenly Sin are both controllers, but Heavenly Sin's realm is 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. This matter doesn't bode well. Someone said with a solemn look. With him saying so, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Sin's might, they had experienced it deeply. Was Yi Yuan really his match? Seeing these people's expressions and words, very quickly, Heavenly Sin understood just who this white-robed youth in front of him was. The other Heavenly Tao controller? Looks so weak. Heavenly Sin said with an evil smile on his face. Although Yi Yuan's appearance was somewhat unexpected, he was not worried. The disparity between middle stage origin deity and grand completion origin deity was too great. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said icily, Where are you? A trash, even from, to actually dare make a move against Senior Feng Tian? While talking, Yi Yuan's gaze flitted to the Wave Heaven Divine carriage behind Heavenly Sin as well as those 8 enormous dragons' bodies. A surge of fury instantly combusted in his heart. Trash? An ant like you also dares to call this venerated self trash. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Ha! You came just in time. This venerated self is going to take Li-Er as my wife today. Since you came back, just nice, you can be a witness for us. Seeing your true love become somebody else's wife. Are you very furious? However, this venerated self just likes to see the appearance of other people angry, but helpless to do anything. Ha ha ha. You rest assured this venerated self won't kill you today. This venerated self wants you to watch me and Li-Er consummate our marriage. Talking until the exciting parts, Heavenly Sin could not resist letting loose a loud laugh. Yi Yuan was very calm and did not blow his top like Heavenly Sin imagined. But the people present were all too familiar with Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. Furthermore, the wrath this time could probably burn the horizon. This Heavenly Synheretic G. Oh, D was really too able to provoke. Except, was Yi Yuan really Heavenly Synheretic G? Oh, D's match? two minor realms might not count for anything when at the mortal realms. But reaching origin deity realm, this was two huge mountains, virtually unable to cross. When Yi Yuan made a move to save Fang Tian, he did not know what happened. He even thought that the law enforcement hall offended this great deity. But with Heavenly Sin saying so, he completely understood. Very good, there was actually someone who dared to provoke him like this. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin calmly, just like that, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Although I don't know where you popped out from, but you're really good. My wrath has already been suddenly ignited by you." Yi Yuan's reaction made Heavenly Sin somewhat displeased. He liked to see others be in a violent rage, then trample others underfoot. Yi Yuan's calmness made him lose some delight. But no matter, he would make Yi Yuan really become enraged. Heavenly Sin smiled evilly and said, "Brat, I know that you're a Heavenly Tao controller too. But there's a gap in strength between controllers too. Remember, I understand heaven better than you." Chapter 1576, Does It Dare to Answer If You Call It? Chapter 1576, Does It Dare to Answer If You Call It? Remember, I understand heaven better than you. Heavenly Sin's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. That figure appeared incomparably tall in everyone's eyes. The current Heavenly Sin heretic G. Oh, D was so all-powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Heavenly Sin's aura climbed wildly. Dark clouds gathered overhead in the sky, while lightning was accompanied by peals of thunder, making people have the jitters. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had come, and heaven and earth collapsed. The entire immortal Grove world started shuddering because of Heavenly Sin heretic G. Oh, D, this is too strong, right? Turns out that finger just now was not his full strength at all. How to fight him? I feel like he's the G. Oh, D of creation. Everyone's faces revealed a look of horror. They were frightened by Heavenly Sin's powerful strength. Perhaps Heavenly Sin's strength was just a small fry when placed in the Heavenspan world. But in this immortal Grove world, he was invincible. Big Brother Yuan. Yumengli shouted. When she saw this scene, she was too frightened until her complexion turned pale. This powerful pressure was truly too scary. She was not afraid for herself. She was worried about Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan's improvement was very terrifying, she still did not know whether or not Yi Yuan could do it to this extent similarly as a controller. Yi Yuan turned around to look at Lier and gave her a REA.S. Shuring look. Lier and Yi Yuan had their hearts and minds connected, and she instantly set her mind at ease. The rest also looked at Yi Yuan with worried expressions. If Yi Yuan could not stop Heavenly Sin heretic G, oh, D, then the immortal Grove region would fall into a bottomless abyss. Ha ha ha, kid, you're also a Heavenly Tao controller. Why don't you summon the might of Heavenly Tao? Or is it that you already gave up? If you're not making a move, then I'm coming. You relax, I won't kill you. Lear, and I still haven't performed the formal wedding ceremony. Finished talking, Heavenly Sin looked down from a height and suddenly smacked a palm down. Rumble! An enormous black palm protruded out from the void, making the entire immortal Grove world quake. Fang Tian, sky distant, these deity realm powerhouses lost control of their bodies, all of a sudden dropping down from the sky one after another. The entire immortal Grove world's heavenly Tao became chaotic. They were completely unable to fly in the air. Even Ning Siyu and the rest who came from the Heavenspan world were unable to fly in the air too. Above the void, there was only Yi Yuan and Heavenly Sin left. Heretic G, oh, D palm. Brat, do you dare to receive this palm, or not? If you don't receive it, everyone below will have to be buried in death with you. Ha ha ha. Is it very despairing for you? Heavenly Sin laughed wantonly. Wild winds raged. The corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves fluttered wildly. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the firmament from a distance, and just quietly watched it just like this, watching Heavenly Sin perform alone. The enormous palm reached out from the void and pressed down towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of resisting at all. Everyone below was dumbfounded with shock, screaming one by one. What's Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he's not fighting back? Yi Yuan, quickly make a move. It's too late. Yi Yuan, you're our last hope. You mustn't give up. Looking as the giant palm was about to land on top of Yi Yuan's head, Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of making a move. Heavenly Sin was dumbfounded and thought to himself, could this punk be an idiot to actually not even fight back? However, right at this time, something that made everyone stare wide-eyed, and their mouths agape happened. All of a sudden, the entire sky started trembling. That black giant palm seemingly saw something terrifying and actually shrunk right back, retracting back into the void. The original thick peals of thunder and dense dark clouds vanished without a trace in a blink of an eye. Clear skies illuminated the world once more. When the sunlight shone on everyone's face once more, they all felt as if they had experienced a baptism from doomsday to rebirth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Heavenly Sin was also dumbfounded. What just happened? Seemed like Yi Yuan did not do anything. What happened? At this time, Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin, slowly opened his mouth, and said, "What did you say earlier? I didn't hear clearly. Can I trouble you to say it one more time?" A hint of panic finally flashed across in Heavenly Sin's eyes. Impossible. It definitely was not done by this kid. A blunder. Right. It must have been a mistake. Dealing the heretic G. Oh, D. Palm once more would definitely be able to smack this brat to death. Thinking up to here, Heavenly Sin's confidence mustered up once more, and he said with a cold snort, I said, I understand heaven better than you. Why? Are you unconvinced? Done talking, Heavenly Sin released his aura, wanting to summon the might of Heavenly Tao once again. Heretic G. Oh, D. Palm. However, there was no movement in the sky at all. Heavenly Tao seemed to not be able to hear his call at all, and did not even have any reaction. Whatever thick peals of thunder, whatever Heavenly Tao chaotic, nothing at all. Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted, and he looked at this scene in disbelief as he said, Impossible! How is this possible? I clearly already obtained the recognition of Heavenly Tao and became the controller of Heavenly Tao. Heretic G. Oh, D. Palm. Heavenly Sin's face turned red from exertion, but Heavenly Tao still did not give him any response at all. Below, everyone exchanged glances, all with baffled looks, completely not knowing what happened. Heaven and earth changed colors just now, but why did it become blue sky and gentle breeze in a twinkle? Who knows what's going on? Did Yi Yuan do this? No way, right? Even though he's also a controller, it's impossible to do it to this extent, right? He clearly didn't do anything just now. He just stood there and did not even move a finger. Yumanli's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. She was incomparably certain in her heart, and this was done by Yi Yuan. Even though she could not understand at all, she knew that Yi Yuan was still that undefeatable Yi Yuan. Even if the immortal Grove world produced a Heavenly Sin heretic G, oh, D, it was still impossible to be Yi Yuan's match. Ha ha ha, Big Brother is really too awesome. Didn't even move a finger. And he made this guy croak. Ha ha, too satisfying. White Light suddenly laughed loudly and said he was the same as Lear, knowing that this was definitely Yi Yuan's work. At this time, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he looked at Heavenly Sin as he said coolly, "Just now, you said that you understand heaven better than me?" Heavenly Sin choked and said, I. A hint of mockery flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said with a cold sneer, "Do you know how big the heaven outside is? Do you know how strong the people outside are? Do you know how weak you are? You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well." This one sentence shocked everyone's heart. Even an existence like Heavenly Sin was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Heavenly Sin's expression became incomparably ugly, and he roared at Yi Yuan, "Impossible! You're merely a controller too. Furthermore, my realm is higher than yours, and my comprehensions are deeper than yours. I, Heavenly Sin Heretic G. Oh, D, am this immortal grove, world's #1 controller." Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "Oh, is that so? If you're the controller, does it dare to answer if you call it?" Heavenly Sin's face was like a chameleon, instantly changing several colors. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that I can't control Heavenly Tao. Heretic G. Oh, Deepom. Heretic G. Oh, Deepom. Heretic G. Oh, Deepom." Heavenly Sin seemed like a madman shouting nonstop. However, Heavenly Tao still did not react at all. Chapter 1577, Sundering Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1577, Sundering Heavenly Tao. Looking at Heavenly Sin's crazy-like behavior, everyone's faces revealed strange looks. Was this Heavenly Sin Heretic G? Oh, D in front of them, really that one who nearly killed them just now? What the L did Yi Yuan do to actually let a controller lose control of Heavenly Tao? What did Yi Yuan say just now? Heavenly Tao dares not answer? Fang Tian said somewhat uncertainly. He somewhat doubted whether or not he heard wrongly. Hence, he asked the Sky Distant beside him. Sky Distant glanced at him and said, full of shock, could his meaning be that Heavenly Tao was frightened away by him? And he really didn't do anything? Heavenly Tao can be frightened away too? What? What on earth is it afraid of? Fang Tian felt like his brain was somewhat unable to keep up. Sky Distant drew a deep breath, his gaze deep as he said, "Looks like not seeing him for 100 years. Yi Yuan's realm is already not what you and I can imagine." Everyone was incomparably shocked in their hearts. Before going out, Yi Yuan was just a Heavenly Tao controller. But returning this time, even Heavenly Tao actually trembled. An emotion called despair crept out in Heavenly Sin's heart. He experienced 300,000 years before producing a trace of enlightenment, obtaining Heavenly Tao's recognition. But now, what the I was this. It was just over a month after he came out of seclusion. Over 300,000 years of humiliation. He had not begun to take revenge on this world, and it already ended. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said with a cold smile, "If I can't control Heavenly Tao, I don't believe that you can as well. Humph. Even if I don't control Heavenly Tao, my realm still crushes you." When people despair, it would always be easy to find all sorts of excuses for themselves. Heavenly Sin was naturally unwilling to be trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, so he kept on finding excuses in his heart. Perhaps Heavenly Tao was just temporarily unable to be controlled. Similarly, as a controller, there was no reason that he could not, but Yi Yuan could. Heavenly Sin's aura of grand completion origin deity emitted out. The commotion was similarly incomparably outrageous. His strength could virtually rival Kanua's already. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin with pity and said indifferently, "Ignorance is truly terrifying. You can't doesn't mean that I can't." Done talking, Yi Yuan raised his palm and pressed down. An enormous palm reached out of the void and slapped onto Heavenly Sin's body with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. Heavenly Sin spurted fresh blood wildly, his figure flying out backward. The might of Heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan did not deal a heavy blow. This palm broke bones and injured the ligaments, but absolutely would not take his life. Before he returned, he never dreamed that this immortal grove region actually still had someone who dared to provoke him like this. Very good. He was very successful. Yi Yuan was very angry, and the consequences were very severe. He calmly looked at the Heavenly Sin spurting fresh blood wildly, and said, "You understand heaven better than me? Who gave you the courage to say this sort of words in front of me?" Boom! Another palm protruded out of the void and smacked Heavenly Sin silly, like smacking a fly. He had not recovered when a large foot already trampled on his face, directly trampling him onto the ground from the air. Boom! Another loud bang. A 100,000-foot pit was smashed out on the surface of the ground. Heavenly Sin's face was practically flattened by Yi Yuan. "Posturing in front of me, no problem. At most, I'll beat you up and it will be over. But you dared to touch my woman, Yi Yuan's woman, and dared to humiliate my own race, dared to kill the senior who watched me, Yi Yuan, grow up. I am very angry." Yi Yuan's words got colder word after word. These things were all what Yi Yuan was very particular about, being a taboo, especially Lier. She was a weight that he could not bear in his life. Mu Lingshu's matter made Yi Yuan even more sensitive to such things. However, this guy just had to make an issue about this kind of thing. How could he not be furious? This venerated self was wrong. I beg your excellency to spare me." Heavenly Sin said with a slur and blood pooling. He was really frightened. This young man in front of him was seriously too terrifying. He finally knew now that Yi Yuan really understood heaven better than him and was not joking with him. It was just that he did not understand. Why would Heavenly Tao actually be afraid of Yi Yuan? But this was already not important. He was trapped for 300,000 years. Now that he broke free, he had not enjoyed life yet. He did not want to die yet. Yi Yuan glanced at him. A hint of a smile that gave people a chill flashed across the corners of his mouth. It was just that this hint of smile, Heavenly Sin could not see it at all now. Tap! Yi Yuan threw a medicinal pill beside Heavenly Sin's head and said coolly, "Eat it. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you a chance for a fair fight right now." Yi Yuan let go of his leg. Heavenly Sin looked at the medicinal pill beside him, but did not dare to make a move. Only an idiot would fall for it. Right now, it was more important to preserve his life. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, "I asked you to eat it. You didn't hear it?" A terrifying killing intent locked onto Heavenly Sin. How could he still dare to hesitate, grabbing the medicinal pill on the ground and swallowing it, the medicinal pill entering the abdomen? A wave of cool reinvigoration instantly filled all the limbs and bones in his body, making his entire person much more spirited. What a powerful healing medicinal pill. Heavenly Sin was startled inwardly, looking at Yi Yuan rather disbelievingly. The medicinal effect of this medicinal pill was truly too incredible. In less than an hour, he could fully recover. Give you 1 hour's time. Refine the medicinal pill's medicinal strength. Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Sin was full of doubts, not knowing what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd. Could it be that this guy was going to fatten him up and then slaughter him? But Yi Yuan's words, how could he dare to defy? He could only muster up divine essence and start to refine the medicinal pill. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with puzzled looks, similarly not understanding what he was going to do. This kind of guy, directly smack him to death with one slap would do, being so long-winded with him. For what? Now, he actually even wanted to treat his injuries. But Yi Yuan's decision, how could it be their turn to interfere? 1 hour later, Heavenly Sin was full of energy again and actually directly recovered to his peak state. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but marvel greatly at the medicine effect of this healing medicinal pill, especially Fang Tian, and the rest. They naturally knew that divine pills were vastly different from mortal realm medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's currently alchemy, Tao strength, was simply unfathomable. Heavenly Sin stood up and was just like an aggrieved little wife, not daring to make a sound. At this time, Yi Yuan said coolly, "You and I are both controllers. I'll give you the chance for a fair fight. We won't use the power of Heavenly Tao and have a fair battle." Heavenly Sin's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Why, Your Excellency, how can this lowly one dare to make a move against you? Previously, it was all this lowly one who was scoundrelly and did something that shouldn't be done. I beg Your Excellency to spare this lowly one's life." What a joke. You say fair battle, and it would be a fair battle. You want to let me be pleased with myself for a while. Then when you can't beat you, use the power of Heavenly Tao again and smack me to death with one slap. What kind of existence am I, Heavenly Sin Heretic G? Oh, D, how could I fall for the scheme of you, this child? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's palm blade chopped at the void. Crack! Right at this time, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, akin to a bolt out of the blue. Heavenly Sin's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, Why, you sundered the Heavenly Tao." Chapter 1578, Resounding Slap. Chapter 1578, Resounding Slap, obtaining the recognition of Heavenly Tao and becoming the Heavenly Tao controller of a world. The martial artist would produce a trace of inexplicable connection with this small world. The martial artist could mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao for his own use through this hint of connection. This was the so-called controller of an ownerless world. But Yi Yuan actually severed this trace of connection just now. This meant that he was not the controller now. Everyone present were not fools. How could they still not understand what was going on? Each and every one of their faces revealed incomparably shocked expressions, feeling very perplexed by Yi Yuan's action. Now, you can rest assured, right? I'm giving you this chance. A fair battle. Yi Yuan said coolly, as if he did something ordinary. Heavenly Sin was stunned for a full 10 breaths of time before slowly coming back to his senses. Ha ha, you actually severed the Heavenly Tao. Actually really sundered the Heavenly Tao. After coming back to his senses, Heavenly Sin was wildly elated in his heart and laughed wildly without ceasing. At this moment, he was incomparably certain that this Yi Yuan was a fool, a complete fool. Heavenly Sin Heretic G, O, D, used 300,000 years before achieving the realm of controller. But this kid actually cut off Heavenly Tao without even batting an eyelid. The confidence that was just trampled into pieces by Yi Yuan instantly returned to him. That feeling of showing disdain on everything returned again. With Yi Yuan no longer being a controller, he was the immortal Grove region's strongest. A fair battle. Screw his fair battle. Only a fool would have a fair fight with you. Kid, this venerated self admires your courage and boldness. As a Heavenly Tao's controller, you actually severed it at the drop of a hat. Heavenly Sin said proudly. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Sin calmly and said coolly, just a small world's controller. Only a frog at the bottom of a well like you will take it seriously. Heavenly Sin laughed loudly and said, Yes, you've gone to experience the world outside. A small world's controller is indeed nothing. But in the immortal Grove region, I'm the strongest. Everyone was unable to understand why Yi Yuan would do such an action. What on earth is Yi Yuan trying to do? He sundered Heavenly Sin Heretic G. Oh, D. Who else is Heavenly Sin Heretic G? Oh, D's match in this Immortal Grove region. Yi Yuan is too reckless. He wouldn't naively think that the Heavenly Sin Heretic G. Oh, D would have a fair fight with him, right? Yi Yuan might have lost his head being angered by Heavenly Sin, wanting to use his real strength to crush the other party. He sundered Heavenly Tao, but Heavenly Sin Heretic G. Oh, D would not cut it off. Could it be that Yi Yuan still has some backup plan? Under this sort of situation, what backup plan can there still be? I can't imagine it at all. Earlier, Yi Yuan ravaged Heavenly Sin like smacking a fly. They still felt very liberated. Who knew that in a twinkle the situation actually had such a startling great reversal? Yi Yuan's action made the situation become one-sided again. Ning Xiu looked at the Yi Yuan high up in the sky thoughtfully. She knew that Yi Yuan's combat strength was extremely formidable. In a fair fight, Heavenly Sin could never be Yi Yuan's match. But the problem was, how on earth was Yi Yuan going to resist the power of Heavenly Tao? Unless a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse came. Otherwise, she really could not figure out what means Yi Yuan had that could resolve the might of Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Heavenly Sin's eyes turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Kid, it's you who's seeking death. The humiliation that you gave this venerated self earlier, I'm going to get it back 1,000 folds now." Heretic G. Oh, D. Palm. Heavenly Sin shouted and smacked towards Yi Yuan. In the next instant, his expression became incomparably fascinating. King failed again. He was actually still unable to mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao. Everyone had stunned faces. What's going on here? Yi Yuan already cut off Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Sin is the Immortal Grove region's only controller now. Why is he still unable to control Heavenly Tao? Ha ha ha. I understand. Yi Yuan is deliberately messing with him. This guy even thought that he got a huge bargain, didn't expect that Yi Yuan was totally playing with him. Heretic G. Oh, D. Palm. Ha ha ha. Really killing me. Heavenly Sin's expression was as ugly as it could get. He felt like his worldview already collapsed. A hint of panic revealed in his eyes once more as he said, "Impossible! I'm clearly the only controller. Why am I still unable to mobilize the power of Heavenly Tao?" Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, "Coolly, your brain isn't too good, right? Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you? Would I put my life in your hands? Cutting off Heavenly Tao, I'm naturally very certain that Heavenly Tao is useless to me." Heavenly Sin's gaze turned intent. He went completely mad. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was deliberately messing with him. "Kid, looks like you're very smug, huh? However, did you forget something?" Heavenly Sin said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan pretended to be surprised as he said, "Oh, what did I forget?" Heavenly Sin grinned hideously and said, "You forgot. This venerable self is 2 minor realms higher than you. This venerable self is already standing at the peak of Origin Deity realm." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? You're so impressive, huh? I said just now, I'm going to have a fair battle with you. I want to defeat you in an upright manner." Heavenly Sin sneered and said, "Defeat me? With the likes of you? Even if not borrowing the might of Heavenly Tao, killing you will be as easy as blowing off dust too. I'll let you take a look at this venerated self's true strength." While talking, the aura of Heavenly Sin's grand completion origin deity completely released. A gleaming scimitar appeared in his hand. It was shockingly a celestial deity artifact. Heavenly Sin grinned hideously and said, "Heavenly Moon Wild Blade. Kid Die." A blade that advanced with an indomitable will the imposing momentum was incomparably shocking from beginning to end. Even when Fang Tian, sky distant, and the rest saw this blade, they quaked in their boots too. They could not help looking towards Yi Yuan worriedly, not knowing if Yi Yuan was really Heavenly Sin's match. Heavenly Sin's speed was swift to the extreme, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. Same as before, Yi Yuan still did not move and still stood with his hands behind his back, just like that. Heavenly Sin was wildly elated in his heart. Such a close distance, Yi Yuan absolutely could not avoid his blade. But right at this time, there was a blur before Heavenly Sin's eyes. He actually lost track of Yi Yuan. He was greatly alarmed in his heart, hurriedly pulling back the blade to save himself. Slap! A resounding slap reverberated throughout the sky, transmitting into everyone's ears. Heavenly Sin's body shot towards the ground like a cannonball. SMAs. Plussing out a large pit once more. Ning Siyu looked at this scene and said disdainfully, Dumba, even half-step divine lords aren't Master Ye's match. With the likes of your middling skills, you still wish to hack and till him? Swuz. Plus, Heavenly Sin leaped up from the giant pit, black gas fluctuating on his body. He was already furious to the extreme, and said with an angry yell, Punk, I'm going to kill you, flay your skin, and pull out your tendons. Another blade that startled heaven and earth, and made DS, and ghosts weep. However, slap. It was another resounding slap. Quite a number of people all unconsciously touched their faces, as if that slap was smacked onto their faces. Really painful. Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Heavenly Sin roared and charged over once more. Slap, slap, slap. One slap followed another. Yi Yuan's movement was erratic, but with each slap, the sound was clear and audible. Chapter 1579, simply a devil. Chapter 1579, simply a devil. Heavenly Sin was yelling frenziedly in his heart, but he could not see Yi Yuan's movement clearly at all. He could not even beg for mercy. Heavenly Sin had utterly collapsed. Just now, with Yi Yuan cutting off the heavenly Tao, he thought that his chance had come. He was even mocking Yi Yuan in his heart. That instant, he looked forward to the future very much. But in a twinkle, Yi Yuan used his ridiculously inhumane strength and shattered his hopes to pieces. From being enormously proud of his success to despair, to when hope came again, to when hope was extinguished again. In this short while, his heart had experienced violent ups and downs that ordinary people found hard to imagine. At this time, his Tao heart was already close to breaking down. Suddenly, the slapping sounds were gone. Yi Yuan actually stopped slapping him. Everyone was dead silent. They were astounded by Yi Yuan's strength. The middle stage origin deity, Yi Yuan actually beat the grand completion origin deity, Heavenly Sin like a dog. Sure enough, it was still that familiar taste. Yi Yuan's power did not need explanations at all. Only now did they know that their previous worries were completely superfluous. The only thing that they had to do was to believe in Yi Yuan. Heavenly Sin's face already lost human form. All of the teeth in his mouth were knocked out, his face swollen heavily. His mouth was full of golden bloodstains, looking incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan used the power of laws. Naturally, it would not let his injuries be so easy to heal. He looked at the pig, head like Heavenly Sin, and said coolly, just now, did you feel that you had hope again? You thought that me treating you and then cutting off the heavenly Tao, you can dominate the immortal grove region already, right? Very sorry, I let you down. I did it on purpose, giving you hope amidst despair, then personally crushing this hope. This delight is truly unimaginable. Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted. He knew that Yi Yuan was simply toying with his feelings from start until now. Him wanting to kill Heavenly Sin was simply a matter of moving a fingertip. But he just did not. This kind of toying was even more humiliating than him being dumped after being toyed by women. He was a fool through and through, being toyed in Yi Yuan's palm. He was sold by Yi Yuan, and still counting money for Yi Yuan, overflowing with gratitude. You're simply a devil. Heavenly Sin gabbled. He really was in a desperate state, and was really afraid. He boasted that he was already very evil, but in front of Yi Yuan's means, it was simply like an apprentice in the presence of a great sorcerer. Except he did not have the qualifications to play like this at all. Yi Yuan had a strength that he was unable to imagine. No matter how he wanted to play, he could play. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Devil? Ha ha! If you feel that I'm a devil, then that's right. But if I tell you now that even though I sundered the heavenly Tao, I can still mobilize it, what would you think?" Heavenly Sin's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Impossible!" Not just Heavenly Sin, the faces of everyone below all revealed shocked and disbelieving expressions. Already severed the fetters with the heavenly Tao, how could he possibly control the power of the heavenly Tao again? A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face. Lightly tapping a finger out, the wind and clouds changed colors. Poork! In a blink of an eye, terrifying air billows struck Heavenly Sin, punching a large hole in his chest. The look in Heavenly Sin's eyes showed that he was terrified to the extreme, his gaze full of disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? He could really mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that him sundering the heavenly Tao earlier was just an illusion? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are you very surprised? Why am I still able to mobilize the heavenly Tao when I've severed it?" Yi Yuan paused for a bit and said, "Sorry, this is a secret. I won't tell you." Poork! Heavenly Sin had anger rush to his heart and spewed out a large mouthful of blood again. The current Heavenly Sin was already an arrow at the end of its flight, only left with a final breath. Yi Yuan deliberately not killing him was in order to let him feel despair. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with pity, "Don't ask why I'm so wicked. Wanna blame someone, can only blame you for doing what you shouldn't have done." Poork! Yi Yuan pointed another finger out, directly destroying Heavenly Sin's divine sea. "Ah, my divine sea!" Heavenly Sin screamed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Since you were suppressed for 300,000 years and are still not dead, it shows that your vitality is very tenacious. Then you should continue being suppressed." Yi Yuan turned his palm over, directly slamming Heavenly Sin into the earth. The violent power of the heavenly Tao poured into the sealed land frenziedly, sealing Heavenly Sin firmly underneath. Yi Yuan's seal was more than 100 times stronger than those people 300,000 years ago. Even if his cultivation could recover, it was also impossible to break free from this sealed land. He would be sealed until death. Everything returned to tranquility. Everyone looked at that invincible figure high in the sky, somewhat unsure what they should say. A calamity that was sufficient to destroy the world was actually resolved by Yi Yuan so effortlessly. Furthermore, this guy was too capable in messing around, making their little hearts pound heavily. Yi Yuan made Heavenly Sin run around in circles. How was it also not keeping them on tenterhooks for half a day? But Feng Tian and the rest all knew why Yi Yuan did so. Heavenly Sin's provocation made Yi Yuan become genuinely enraged. That was why he would toy with his opponent like so, crushing his opponent's last trace of confidence. If it were another enemy, even if Yi Yuan killed the opponent, he would not torment him like this either. But Mu Lingshua's death was originally Yi Yuan's greatest regret in this life. Now, this heavenly sin was actually so blind, wanting to snatch Yi Yuan's other lover. What was this if not seeking death? Yi Yuan's figure flashed, arriving by Lier's side. He reached his hand out and lightly caressed Lier's face. For a moment, a multitude of feelings surged up. Lier, you became thinner. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan understood that he barely escaped deaths in the heavenspan world. Lier also lived in constant fear and worry for 100 years in the immortal Grove world. These 100 years were not easy. 2 rows of clear tears fell down, but Lier forced herself to smile. Just now, she thought that she could no longer see Yi Yuan. She did not expect that at the final juncture, Yi Yuan actually returned to the immortal Grove world miraculously. She shook her head hard and said, Lier ate well and slept well. I didn't get thinner. Rather, it's you who suffered considerable hardships in the heaven-span world these few years, right? Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, You're still so understanding. But the more you're like this, the more I feel that I owe you. Lier shook her head hard again and said sobbingly, Compared to elder sister Lingxue, what does my bit of hardship count as? Big brother Yuan, you went to the heaven-span world. Have you found the method to save elder sister Lingxue? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Too difficult. Lier's tears flowed down again involuntarily. Yi Yuan lightly pulled Lier into his embrace. Everything was conveyed without words. Liang Wanru could not hear what the two of them were saying. Seeing this scene from far away, her beautiful body involuntarily shuddered, tears flowing down unwittingly. She completely did not expect that in this small world there was actually such a world-toppling visage. No wonder, big brother, Yi rejected her. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1580, Lifting the Power of the Curse. Chapter 1580, Lifting the Power of the Curse inside the hidden chamber. Brilliant colors were dancing, being incomparably dazzling. Feng Tian's eyes gradually became bright, seemingly producing a trace of understanding. He discovered that a trace of bond was actually established between him and Heavenly Tao. This trace of bond made him feel that he was unbelievably powerful. Gradually, the luscious colors disappeared without a trace, returning to tranquility. Feng Tian looked at the Yi Yuan in front. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. Even though he examined himself and felt that his talent was peerless, to say becoming Heavenly Tao's controller, it was still beyond his reach. But Yi Yuan actually helped him to establish a trace of bond between him and Heavenly Tao, making him become a controller. Just what kind of level had this kid reached? How in the world did you do it? Feng Tian sucked in a deep breath and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The world-suppressing steel is even stronger than you imagine. It's all thanks to the world-suppressing steel that I have today's accomplishment. He did not tell Feng Tian about the matter of the lesser heavenspan mountain. It was not that he did not trust Feng Tian, but this kind of heaven-shocking secret, knowing it would not benefit him at all. Once the lesser heavenspan mountain was exposed, probably even Tao ancestors would be moved. Knowing this kind of thing did not have any benefits to Feng Tian at all. Returning and encountering heavenly Synheritic Ji, D this time made Yi Yuan realize many uncertain elements. Hence, he borrowed the power of the world-suppressing steel and let Feng Tian become a new controller. No matter from which angle, Feng Tian was the most suitable candidate to become a controller. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Tian could not help smiling bitterly and said, Looks like the world-suppressing steel was really wasted in my hands. Ever since after Heavenly Tao recovered, Fong Tian's thick ACCU mutations erupted, his realm soaring rapidly all the way like sitting on a rocket, and already broke through to initial stage origin deity, even catching up to the veteran grand completion, heaven glimpse sky distant. But he never dreamed that a short 100 years not only had Yi Yuan already set him in terms of realm, his true combat strength even rivaled half-step Divine Lord. This improvement speed simply made people wish to knock their heads and die. One had to know he, Fong Tian, had ACCU mulat for 50,000 years before he had such a stonies. Plus in cultivation speed. But Yi Yuan, counting his previous lifetime, it was also merely a hasty several hundred years. By comparison, this disparity was seriously too great. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, the immortal Grove region's matters will be left to you in the future. Returning this time, I'm going to bring Lear, White Light, Fiery, they all away. After all, this place is just a small world. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao is incomplete, and it's too limited." Fong Tian nodded and said, "What you said is right. With their talent, it's truly too wasteful to be in the immortal Grove world. This old man is old and can endure more suffering. Otherwise, I definitely want to follow you together to the Heavenspan world." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, rest assured. After I gain a firm foothold in the Heavenspan world, I'll naturally bring you and Senior sky distant they all over." Fong Tian smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for the arrival of this day. Coming back this time, how long are you planning on staying?" Yi Yuan said, "I can't say for long. The Heavenspan world," that side, "also has packs of wolves circling around. After I deal with the curse of the land of exile, I plan on leaving." Even though Yi Yuan was already the Pill Tower's elder now, his appearance already aroused head elder's fear. Also, that dear cry, Yi Yuan already offended him to the core. He would definitely think of ways to deal with him. Second elder, his faction was weak to begin with, so Yi Yuan's days in the future would not be very smooth. Moreover, Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm powerhouse, mixed up amidst a bunch of Divine Lord realm powerhouses, the pressure was truly immense. But Fong Tian said in shock, "You can already lift the curse? Wasn't it said that you have to wait until you reach the realm of the dragon race's progenitor before you can lift the curse?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In the past, it's like that. But now there's no need." After Yi Yuan refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, his understanding of Heavenspan Mountain already far said when he just became the controller back then. The four symbols family clan's land of exile was merely a kind of heavenly Tao sanction. With Yi Yuan's present height, lifting this kind of curse power was easily accomplished. Outside the cold pool, the old ancestor was currently cultivating in close seclusion. Along with heavenly Tao's recovery, he already cultivated to the heaven glimpse deity realm presently. Suddenly, he snapped open his eyes full of shock. How is this possible? The curse is lifted? Could it be that it's the progenitor who returned? He swiftly got up and sprinted over towards the cold pool, his figure abruptly stopping. A gentle and graceful middle-aged woman slowly walked out of the cold lake. The old ancestor's face revealed a joyous smile and said, "Junior, it's been so many years. You've finally recovered. Yuan will definitely be unbelievably happy to see you like this." This middle-aged madam was precisely Yi Yuan's mother, Ao Jun. The current Ao Jun already completely recovered her youth, as if time had flowed backward. Ao Jun's face was full of puzzlement as she said, "Ancestor, what's going on? Apart from the progenitor, could it be that there's still someone who can lift the power of the curse?" The ancestor shook his head and said, I don't know either. I was thinking just now, could it be that the progenitor is back? He took pity on our generations of entrapment suffering and specially came to rescue us from the sea of suffering? Aojun said, no way, right? Wasn't it said that the progenitor is already missing for several million years and there's completely no news at all? The old ancestor smiled and said, don't think too much first. Either way, it's a good thing. Everyone is definitely over the moon. Let's go out and take a look. At the same time, the land of exile was in jubilation. They sensed the curse power on their bodies disappear, each and every one ecstatic until they virtually went nuts. Cheers and jubilation reverberated in the air of the land of exile. The old ancestor and Aojun, two people, came out of the cave. They saw a young man slowly walk over. Yuaner, didn't you go to the heaven-span world? How could you be here? The two people practically exclaimed, almost in unison. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Aojun and could not help feeling very warm. After a time interval of many years, he could finally help his mother escape the sea of suffering. The old ancestor suddenly recalled something, his face revealing a look of disbelief as he cried out in shock. Could it be that the land of exile's curse was lifted by you? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Ancestor, Mother, the world is so vast. In the future, the land of exile's four symbols family clans can go wherever they want, and, oh, body can stop them. The old ancestor's entire body trembled, and he said, It's really you. How did you do it? You're just, Mn? You're already at the middle stage origin deity realm. The ancestor drew a cold breath, being shocked by Yi Yuan until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. This cultivation speed was a little too horrifying, right? Rather, it was Aojun, who had a look of pride and relief all over her face. She did not think that her son was actually so remarkable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I obtained some fortuitous encounters in the heaven-span world. Now, breaking this curse isn't considered a big deal. The old ancestor was speechless. This kid said it really lightly. One had to know, in the era where heavenly Tao flourished, the land of exile had also once produced quite a number of major powers. But they worked hard for countless generations and were also unable to break out of this place. But Yi Yuan only went out for 100 years' time and lifted the power of the curse.